Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, can you hear me? Emil? Hello.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you. So before we start this session, can we just check whether all the speakers are available? The speaker 2 I can see. Speaker 1, who is the speaker? Asian Abdul Hamid. There are 4 authors. The first speaker, who will be the first speaker? Yeah, speaker 1 and 2 ready, yes. Speaker 3. Okay. So that's, can you just raise your hand, then it's easier for me to recognize that you are available. Speaker 1. Okay, we will start the program. Speaker 3 still not joined the room. Yeah, we will wait. Actually, still they have time to make their presentation. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, maybe good evening, good afternoon from the wherever the place you are in. So very nice to meet you all here at the 5th Asian Population Association Conference. Welcome you all to the session. First of all, I would like to announce you about the presentation guidelines. You will be given 15 minutes for each presentation. At the end of the 4 presentations, the questions will be directed to each speaker. First of all, I would like to introduce myself to you. I am Manora Veeratunga. I am the head of the Department of Demography, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. And also, I would like to ask our moderator too, Emil Kamila. Can you please brief about yourself to the floor?
Is my voice clear? Could you hear my voice?
It's not very clear. Can you talk loud, please?
Okay, how about now?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Emil. I'm from the Center for Population and Policy Studies, and I will be co-moderator for this session. Maybe I should review some of the rules for this presentation. As you have probably known by now, that each presenter will be given 15 minutes, and there will be 2 sounds, bell sounds. The first sound indicates that you have 5 minutes left, and then the second sound will indicate that your time. And if you have any questions, you could type your questions in the chat box, and we'll discuss another presentation. That's all. Back to you, Manori.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you properly. I don't know whether the others can hear you. Yeah, the sound from the moderator too is not clear. For me also not clear, Emil. Can we just fix the microphone?
How about now?
Now it's better. Now it's better, yes.
Okay. Okay. So maybe I should repeat.
No, can't hear.
Yeah. So before we get started, I have to maybe I can repeat to remind you about the rules for this session. For presenters, you will be given 15 minutes time, and there will be 2 sounds. I think you can't hear my voice, Manori.
No, we can't hear you properly. I don't know the reason. Yeah.
Yeah. How about now? Can you hear my voice?
Now can hear, but there are some disturbance like while you are talking. So how about for the others? You all can hear her well.
Oh, okay. So maybe we could get just started with the speakers, with the presentation while I resolve my audio problem. How about that?
Now it's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Then shall I start, Emil? Yeah.
Yes. I think we just started. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now we begin the session. Today's session is families. Families is a quite broad topic. However, we can listen to very interesting presentation. It's very important in recent world. I must say family demography is one of the very interesting subject in demography and population science discipline. Today, our first presentation is the association between work-family conflict and socio-economic demographic characteristics among fathers in Malaysia. So this is a collective work from Asian Abdul Hamid, Noor Azhar Samal, Ajmal Mohammed. So they are from the Population and Family Research Division, National Population and Family Development Board, Malaysia. And also Najiha Ismail, he's from the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science and Mathematics, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Over to you for the first speaker. Yeah.
Shall I share my slide now?
Yes, you can share your slides.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my slide?
We can see your slides. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to the moderators, presenters and participants. Today I would like to present a paper titled The Association Between Work-Family Conflict and Socio-Demographic Characteristics Among Fathers in Malaysia. I'm Azian Abdul Hamid from the National Population and Family Development Board, or NPFDB, presenting on behalf of my co-author, Mrs. Najiha from NPFDB, Dr. Nur Azah Samad from Sultan Idris Education University, and Mr. Azmil Mahmood from NPFDB. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share this study. The thought that motivates me to conduct this study is through my research on literatures. I realized that there were lack of research that focusing on men roles of family development. Since the year 1982, the labor force participation rates among women in Malaysia stayed below the overall labor force participation rates and also men's labor force participation rates. Men obviously involves greater than women in terms of playing a role of household head in Malaysia. These statistics showed that participation in the workforce and the position of the head of household in Malaysia are more likely to be men than women. This indicates the role of fathers in shaping the future of a family undoubtedly very important. Family well-being had been part of Malaysia's national plan. The Malaysian family well-being been measured by an index that comprises of 8 domains, and this index had been reported and measured by NPFDB since 2011 every 4 years. Based on the index, work-family balance contribute in determining the family well-being. In relation to that, I believe that fathers and work-family balance plays important roles in population family development generally. The data source of this study is obtained from the 5th Malaysian Population and Family Survey in year 2014. For your information, this survey is a cross-sectional national survey that had been conducted every 10 years since 1984 by NPFDB. To meet the study objective, the criteria of the sample study were selected is working ever married men aged 15 to 19 years old with children. Out of 4,167 married men, 3,376 had met the sample study criteria. I used descriptive and chi-square test to answer the research question in this study. The measures of this study are socio-demographic characteristics as independent variable and the question on work-family conflict as the dependent variable. The socio-demographic characteristics are states, strata, ethnicity, age, religion, marital status, and education level. The work-family conflict question is a question that asks the father whether they are having work-family conflict in the time of the survey. It is a nominal scale question with yes and no answer. As we can see, the demographic distribution for the sample by socio-demographic characteristic is more than 10% were fathers from Selangor, Johor, Sabah, and Sarawak State. About 50% were aged more than 45 years old. And in terms of ethnicity, Malays are the majority, while religion, Muslims is the majority. More than 50% of the fathers attain secondary education and 3.2% were single fathers because they were widowed, divorced, or separated. Analysis performed to answer two main research questions are: what is the background of fathers that experience work-family conflict in Malaysia? And is there any differences or association between the demographic factors and work-family conflict? Let's see the results. Overall, about 15% working fathers in Malaysia claim had experienced the work-family conflict. According to this slide, we can see those fathers experiencing the most work-family conflict instead of Melaka, Kuala Lumpur, Perak, and Perlis, with 20.4%, 20.3%, 18.2%, and 18.1% respectively. Percentage of fathers in urban and rural that experience the work-family conflict are 16.2% and 13% respectively. Fathers in urban areas claim having work-family conflict compared to fathers in rural area. Meanwhile, ethnicity, the percentage of Indian fathers reported to have the highest work-family conflict compared to the other ethnicity in Malaysia. Within the age groups, percentage of fathers aged 30 to 44 years experience work-family conflict higher than younger age group and 45 years old and above. While those with tertiary level education attainment, the percentage that having work-family conflict were higher than those in the group with lower education level. The findings also showed that the percentage of work-family conflict increased with education level. The percentage of single fathers face work-family conflict higher than the currently married fathers. Meanwhile, the percentage of non-Muslim are slightly higher than the Muslims experience the work-family conflict. Chi-square test was carried out to see if there is an association between work-family conflict with socio-demographic characteristics. According to the results, at alpha 0.05, we can conclude that socio-demographic characteristics have association with work-family conflict except for the state variable. Those living in the urban, the Indian fathers aged 30 to 44 years old, higher education level, single father and non-Muslims tend to face work-family conflict than other counterparts. More hectic or busy environment and higher cost of living in urban area compared to the rural area may contribute to the work-family conflict among fathers. Moreover, those in the middle age group struggle to stabilize and secure job security, which may make them having some difficulty in balancing work and family. Compared to older age group, most of them already settled down with jobs and less burden in balancing roles between work and family. The younger age group, most of them may be newly married and have fewer children. Therefore, the responsibility of managing the family matters less compared to the middle-aged fathers. As a proxy, higher educational level tends to have a better and higher salary job. However, the tension in the career causes difficulties in managing the work-family conflict. Meanwhile, single fathers without help from a wife or partner is difficult in balancing work and family. Lastly, fathers undoubtedly have essential role as the head of the family in general. Facing the work-family conflict is unavoidable since working is a crucial way to support the family. However, to be good in managing the work-family conflict needs skill and support for providing the family workplace policy and family building programs to the fathers will contribute to the well-being of a family in the nation. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for your very interesting and insightful presentation. So we will move to the second presentation. Is that so, Emil? So we will direct the questions at the end of the presentation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and the second presentation is, there is also a collective work. It's on insights into well-being of dual earner families in Malaysia. Findings from the Malaysian Family Wellbeing Index Study 2019. So there are three presenters, like three authors, Ahmad Rasidi Abdul Razak and Areen Azman. They are from National Population and Family Development Board, Malaysia, and K. Nai Peng from University of Malaysia. So yeah, it's over to you.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your slides. Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmad Rashidi Abdul Razak from National Population and Family Development Board. Today, I would like to share an insight into well-being of dual earner families in Malaysia. It's a finding from Malaysian Family Wellbeing Index Study 2019. And this paper was written by three of us, Associate Prof. Dr. Tay Nai Ping, and also my colleague, Nur Irina Irene. Okay, here's my presentation content. It will be separated into 6 parts, a little bit introduction on well-being, followed by some analysis. And as in conclusion, I will touch a bit on policy recommendation. Okay, as far as we know, usually besides measuring countries' development, GDP is also used as indicator to measure society standard of living. Since the introduction of happiness index, which cover different aspects of life, has gained attention, the index is seen to be assessed, to be able to assess level of well-being from various aspects of life. So in Malaysia, in 2011, we have also introduced Malaysian Family Wellbeing Index, which I will explain later, in order to measure the level of family well-being in the country. And those inputs have been included in our 5 years development plan. Since the economy is growing, more women are empowered. Traditionally, men are the bread earners and women are the homemakers. However, you can see on the graph below, women with tertiary education and participation in labor force has been increasing in Malaysia for the past 2 decades. So it's a positive economic growth. But when this situation happens, has the changing role of women impact positively or negatively on family well-being? Therefore, the purpose of this paper is to present the recent trend in family well-being, to compare family well-being of single earner and dual earner family, and lastly is to identify what are the main challenges faced by dual earner family and to put forth some policy recommendation. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, Family Wellbeing Index in Malaysia was introduced in 2011. So the score recorded at that time is 7.55 out of maximum scale of 10. So after 5 years, we did a second study, which in 2016, the score recorded was 7.33, slightly lower, but then shown an increment in 2019 with 7.72 out of maximum scale of 10. So based on the Family Wellbeing Index study, the instrument used consists of 8 domains and 22 family wellbeing indicators, which I will share in the next slide. The scope of the study covers Malaysian parents who have children aged between 3 to 34 years. It's a cross-sectional study. And to facilitate the interpretation of family well-being, the following category were used. As I mentioned earlier, is a maximum scale of 10. Here are the domains and family well-being indicators used in Family Well-being Index study. It covers family relationship, economy, health, safety, family and community involvement, religion and spiritual, housing and environment, and lastly, family and communication technology. It has 8 domains in total. Here are the coverage. Most of the respondents coming from Central of Malaysia, which covers 24.2% of the total respondent. So here's the demographic profile of the respondent. So based on the total respondent, 5,005 respondents, 55.6% are women, mothers, and almost 80% of them are living in urban area. And most of the respondents are nuclear family, which consists of parents and children. So back to the objective, out of total respondent, 28.3% are dual earner couples. So 30% of them are living in the urban area, and only 19.4% living in rural area. So income distribution by strata, we can see that the majority of the respondents are earning between 1,000 to 4,000 ringgit in both urban and rural, 62.5, whereas only 1.7% earning 10,000 and above. Here are the overall score for dual income family. We use the same formula to calculate the Family Well-being Index as in the Family Well-being Index study. So the score recorded was 7.84, which is at the moderate level. The highest score for domain is family relationship, 8.43, and the lowest domain is family communication technology domain, recorded 6.91. Score by household income. What we can see when people are earning more, we can see the well-being score looks better. They're increasing according to income category. We then did an extra analysis from economy perspective. We tried to relate with family economy domain. We found out, according to the type of family, dual family is having a higher score as compared to single income family. Then, earning more money in a household will sure guarantee a higher score. And lastly, those who are living in urban is having a better score as compared to their counterparts. It again shows that when you have more income, the happier you are. But is that true? We then did some extra analysis. The first part is we try to identify, is there any significant difference between income category, which is dual and single earner, with total well-being score? Yes, there's a significant. Then we did try to using multiple regression by adding some other variables, and we control the income category. Surprisingly, we can see that income category are negatively related with the well-being score. Then we further analyze using the same method on the family economy domain. Yes, there is a significant difference between type of income and family economy domain. Then we analyze using multiple regression by adding some other items and control the income category. The same result, there's a negative relationship between income category and family economy domain. This situation proved that with the escalating cost of living, married women especially needs to work in order to support their family nowadays. But in today's challenge, most employees, especially women, have to work extra hours. Today in Malaysia, we can see that employees have to spend on average 45.1 hours per week. Is over the average number from other countries, of course, and including OECD countries. And based on our 5th Malaysian Population and Family Survey, 18.7% working women are facing problems in balancing their role between work and family and tend to leave the labor force. What are the reasons? Here's are the reasons for women leaving the workforce. So according to the survey as well, we have identified childcare problems, which is 32.4 is the main reason for women to leave the workforce. So as a conclusion, the overall score of dual earner in Malaysia was 7.84, which is at the moderate level. The family domain recorded the highest score, which is a good indication. And the family technology, but the family technology is the lowest score. Working parents especially should improve technology as well as continually monitor their usage of technology, especially their children. Next, there should be an encouragement for women to participate in labor force. Even though the participation rate in Malaysia, especially women, are increasing every year, but it's still low as compared to our neighborhood country. So there should be encouragement with some initiative to balance family and working time as well. So besides that, type of support required for women especially, there should be an additional support or focus on policy and program to increase labor force participation, for example, job placement and career comeback program. Next, there should be a huge number, since there are a huge number for women in micro entrepreneur sector, there should be more training and improve our social protection. There should also be more public discussing on social norm and value. On top of that, there should be an additional support, including childcare center. Flexible working hour, working from home should be implemented widely. Subsidies on costs of childcare, paid leave for family members and childcare. And here's the interesting part, where we need to create awareness among husbands in playing their role in household job and childcare. So dear husbands, come on, we can do this. So before I end, this is our research hub. Please feel free to visit our online research hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And actually, so he gave a message on like balanced family is ideal for any society. And so we are moving to the third presentation. Third presentation is on perceived utility of having a child and family formation in contemporary Japan. The speaker today is Shishu Yoshida. He's from Kanto Gakuin University, Yokohama, Japan. Over to you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can I?
Yes, yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
And you can share your slides. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to talk to you today. My name is Chizu Yoshida. My presentation is about Japanese couples' perceived utility of having a child and family formation in contemporary Japan. My objectives are the following. Firstly, examine how different perceived utility of having a child is among men and women. Many articles say that housework and childcare time of Japanese men is extremely shorter than time of Japanese women. They take exclusively the responsibility of housework and childcare, regardless of working. Japanese gender division of labor in household might affect men's and women's perception about having a child. Secondly, examine how perceived utility of having a child relate a subsequent birth. utility of having a child has various aspects. From economic point of view, utility of having a child consists of consumption, leisure time, and quality and quantity of children. This implies that utility of having a child has three aspects. First is material aspect. Second is time available aspect. Third is emotional benefit coming from having a child. I examined which aspect of perceived utility of having a child relate a subsequent birth. This slide shows the contents of my presentation. As you can see, there are 5 parts. First, I'm going to talk about data. Second, I want to explain how to measure perceived utility. Then I'd like to explain questions and methods. After that, I'm going to describe average of perceived utility. And I will talk about models and variables of the multivariate analysis about perceived utility and subsequent birth. Finally, I'll review the main findings of this study. I'd like to start with part 1, an overview of data. Data source is the Generation and Gender Survey in Japan. JGGS is National Representative Survey and was conducted in 2004 and was followed up in 2007. Sample frame is 15,000. 58 of men and 63% of women replied. There are about 4,300 men and 4,800 women. There are 2 sets of work data. First work data for described analysis consists of men and women aged 20 to 49 drawn from JGGS. Second work data for multivariate analysis consists of currently married women aged 20 to 39 in 2004 and currently married men with wives aged 20 to 39 in 2004 who are successfully followed up. Now I'm going to give how measure perceived utility. Perceived utility of having a child means how people perceive future if they have a child. I measure total perceived utility of having a child as perception about future life satisfaction. Total utility of having a child has many aspects. From an economic point of view, utility consists of consumption, leisure time, and number and quality children. Perceived utility of having a child could be measured by person's perception about changes in the 3 aspects of life: material aspect, time available aspect, and psychological aspect if he or she has a child. I use 4 types of perceived utility. First, total perceived utility is measured by personal perception about changes in the satisfaction if he or she has a child. Second, 3 types of perceived utility of having a child is measured by perception about changes in 3 aspects of life if he or she has a child. The first aspect is living standards. It's material aspect. Second aspect is personal freedom. It's time available aspect. Third aspect is emotional security. It's physical aspect. In this section, I'm going to talk about total perceived utility. JGGS1 and JGGS2 have the following common question: how your life satisfaction changes if you have a child. The responses were scored on 5-point scale ranging from 1, much worse, to 5, much better. I measured the total perceived utility by the common questions score. Total perceived utility ranges from 1 to 5. Next slide shows three aspects of perceived utility. JGJS1 and JGJS2 ask a respondent's perception how 5 items of his or her life change if he or she has a child. I categorized the questionnaires to three aspects of perceived utilities. First category is material aspect. This is measured by questionnaire about personal perception of changes in standard of living and the chance of securing employment or having a job promotion. Second category is time available aspect. This is measured by questionnaire about personal perception of changes in freedom to do the things you enjoy. Third category is psychological aspect. This is measured by questionnaire about personal perception of changes in sense of emotional security and what people around you think of you. These questionnaires are scored on a 5-point scale, so the three aspects of perceived utility range from 1 much worse to 5 much better. Here you can see how different, excuse me. Now I want to talk about question 1 and its method. Question 1 is how different perceived utility are by sex and marital status in Japan. Differences among men and women are tested by t-test of averages. Scores of perceived utility on the slide. Here you can see how different perceived utilities by sex and marital status. Among all marital status, aged 20 to 49, men's average of all types of perceived utility are larger than women's. Men have higher perceived utility than women. 3 points of average means that a person think there is no change. And 4 points average means that a person think getting better if he or she has a child. None of average is more than 4 points. As average of perception about life satisfaction is 3.42 for men and 3.16 for women. Then think that life satisfaction will get a little better if they have a child, except currently married women. Men and women think material aspect and time available aspect get worse if he or she has a child. Especially women's perception about time available aspect is lowest on average. They think time available aspect will get worse if they have a child. Differences among currently married men and women are statistically significant. On average, women are more pessimistic than men. In the next slide, I will show the second question and its method. Second question is, does the perceived utility relate to a subsequent birth? I used Probit model. Dependent variable is a binary variable, and 1 when having a child, and 0 when no birth from 2004 2007. Independent variables are total perceived utility and 3 aspects of perceived utility in 2004. Control variables on the slide, duration of marriage, number of children, and wives' birth year. Now I'd like to show you estimated coefficient of the variables used for the Probit analysis about Japanese currently married women aged 20 to 39 and men with wives aged 20 to 39. Control variables are not shown on the table. From the table 2, a wife's perceived utility has relationship with the probability of a birth. On the other hand, a husband's perceived utility does not have a relationship. In Japan, a wife's perception about having a child is important for decision-making whether a couple have a child or not. Which aspect of wife's perceived utility has an effect on a probability of a birth? Perception about freedom to do things one enjoy and sense of emotional security have statistical significant positive effect on subsequent birth. For wives, two aspects of perceived utility, time available and psychological aspects are important. Material aspect of perceived utility, the level of living and opportunity of job or promotion does not have statistically significant effect. In the next slide, I'll summarize findings. Japanese men have higher perceived utility of having a child than Japanese women. The probability of a subsequent birth has relationship to a wife's perceived utility, not to husbands. A number of studies and Japanese policymakers pay attention to financial burden of rearing a child, but results show that time availability and psychological aspects have a positive effect on the probability of birth rather than material aspects such as a living standard. These studies results imply when psychological aspect of perceived utility increased, the probability of birth might increase. Next question is, what social and economic factors relate higher perceived utility? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your provoking ideas and very insightful presentation. So we will move to the fourth presentation. I think she's from Europe and very early morning there. So thank you very much for joining with us today. Like now his presentation is the long echo of war, early life exposure to armed conflict and female experiences of intimate partner violence. The speaker is Orsola Torrisi. She's from London School of Economics, London, United Kingdom. Over to you, madam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you really well. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, or even night, everyone. Where I am is kind of 4 a.m. in the morning, so apologies for if I sound a little bit sleepy, but I'm not. I've been following quite intensely. And so my name is Orsola Torrisi, and I'm a doctoral student at the London School of Economics. And what I'm going to present to you today are the preliminary results of my third doctoral paper, whose kind of cardinal research question is whether early life experiences of armed violence affect in any way later experiences of intimate partner violence for women. And so particularly this paper has two core aims. And the first is to examine whether armed and domestic violence are sort of correlated both spatially, so whether there is a transmission from outside to inside of violence, and temporary, so whether this transmission also occurs from childhood to later life. And then if I have a little bit of time, I will also explain what might be some of the plausible mechanisms of my findings. So clearly, the first question that we might have is, why should we care about this? And I think the first motivation is quite obvious. Both armed and domestic violence are globally pervasive phenomena. Armed violence represents a key obstacle for human and social development for about 2 billion people today. And on the other side, we have an average of 30% of women worldwide reporting having had some sort of form of domestic abuse over the life course. And both of this phenomena clearly have important implications for the stability and integrity of families and also have intergenerational effects. And the two forms of violence have also been shown to have a positive relationship. However, most of this evidence comes from studies on former combatants that returned from deployment, and so are focused on future perpetrations. Whereas research on civilians, population, and victimization is much scarcer, although there are a few more recent studies that document a spatial transmission between armed and domestic violence. But these studies essentially capture the co-occurrence of both forms of violence at the same time, or post-war period correlations. And relatedly, due to their sort of design, most of these studies do not consider the age at which exposure to conflict actually occurs, and therefore this spatial aspect of violence transmission. But the timing of exposure to violence is particularly salient for domestic violence. In fact, a lot of literature indicates that early life experiences of various forms of violence other than war, so violence such as violence within the family or in schools, in neighborhood, represent an important determinants of a future risk of domestic abuse later in life. Given that armed conflict is ostensibly the most permeating and damaging form of violence, there are theoretical reasons to think and expect a similar long-term link with domestic violence when war is experienced early in life. So far, I might have kept a bit of suspense on the settings of my research. That is the former Soviet space and the conflict that occurred in the ex-Soviet republics just after 1991 in sort of the part of the Eurasian world. So I look at the Armenian and Azerbaijan conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh, Moldovan Transnistrian conflict, and the Tajikistan civil war. And these countries all provide well-suited case studies because not only they share a similar socioeconomic background and similar histories of armed violence, but they also all reported to have very high levels of IPV. But there is very, very limited research to establish the prevalence and determinants in these countries. And importantly, all of these countries actually provide high quality and comparable data, which, as you can imagine, are not so easy to come by when we look and do research in places that have been affected by conflict. In particular, in all studies, in all my settings, I rely on two primary data sources. The first are the DHS, that are national representative surveys with high response rates, which not only provide comparable measures of experiences and attitudes towards domestic violence, but also include rare conflict sensitive questions, such as information on IPV and refugees, and georeference data that I link with my second data source, that is the Uppsala Conflict Data Program georeference event dataset, that is a widely used event and fatality dataset on organized violence that is geocoded and disaggregated both temporally and spatially. So I use this data to map conflict event and create buffer zones of, let's say, 15 kilometers in my main analysis around each conflict event to identify survey clusters and therefore women that lived in areas that were affected by violence. So just to give you an idea, this is an example from Tajikistan showing survey clusters and the locality of conflict events. The conflict events are in red and the survey clusters are in blue. And so the area, the gray circles represent the buffer radius, and women located in clusters that fall within these buffers are considered as exposed to conflict events. So I studied the relationship between early life experiences of armed violence and future IPV using a pooled sample of ever partner women selected from the IPV module in all countries and exploiting variation in conflict exposure across district and birth cohort with a linear probability model of this kind. And I modeled several outcome variables starting from the broadest association, so whether the woman ever experienced IPV in her life, to progressively finer and more specific outcomes, including specific forms of abuse and controlling behavior from their partners. And my key conflict of interest, coefficient of interest is beta. That is the variables that is attached to the variable conflict, which indicates if a woman that was born in a specific year, in a specific district, in a specific country, lived within the 15-kilometer buffer when she was aged A. And a woman aged A is defined within 3 categories and age periods that I use looking at the international definition of child development literature. So this includes 3 age categories. So childhood, so women, if the woman was aged between 0 and 10, adolescence when she was aged between 11 and 15, and later adolescent ages, so between 16 and 19 years old. So now on to the results. So my estimates indicate a significant positive association between exposure to childhood in infancy and early childhood, so between 0 and 10, and women's later probability of being a victim of partner violence. And specifically, exposure to war before age 11 increases the likelihood of lifetime victimization by 7 percentage points. Though this might appear a relatively minor impact, it is actually a quite non-trivial increase of 32% relative to the sample means that was 21%. Importantly, I find that early childhood exposure to war is actually strongest linked with physical and sexual abuse. And so then I started, since I have a little bit more time, I started thinking about what might be the mechanisms for this. And one plausible way might be that armed violence in childhood affects perception of acceptable social behavior to the extent that it legitimizes force within private relationships. So if violence becomes a shared norm, then women who are early exposed to war might become more vulnerable to IPV because of increased emotional callousness to violence. It is also possible also to expect a normalization in the use of violence in future interpersonal relations in men who are exposed to violence when boys. So I look at whether exposure to violence in early life was somehow associated with acceptance of domestic abuse in both men and women. And the results show that there is no such association in women, but conflict in late adolescence, so between 16 and 19, increases the number of episodes in which men deem domestic abuse acceptable and the probability of justifying IPV in at least one situation. And again, the impact is considerable. In fact, conflict exposure in late teens for men increases the chances of responding affirmatively to at least one question on wife beating by 16 percentage point, which is namely 48% relative to the sample mean. So this might signal normalizing lasting consequences of conflict violence on the formation of attitudes towards IPV of those who arguably suffer to a greatest degree direct engagement and participation in armed violence that are adolescent boys. So just to summarize, so far, I find a positive relationship between early life conflict exposure, so between 0 and 10, and IPV victimization in adulthood. And this is mostly visible for physical and sexual abuse and represents a 32% increase in IPV relative to the sample mean. And I don't have enough time to show you, but this is robust to several checks, including checks for migration, country-specific analysis, and alternative specifications of both the conflict radius and age groupings. So this, I find no evidence of desensitization to abuse in victims, but I do see that war in late teenagers for men is positively correlated with more negative, let's say, attitudes towards IPV against female partners. So just the main takeaways are that we need to think about armed violence as something that spreads both temporally and spatially. We need to consider the interaction between age and gender at exposure to understand the consequences of war. And lastly, we also might need to think about more carefully about gender differences in the legacy of war, also when we consider attitude formation and changes in understanding of what the quality of intimate relationship is. So thank you very, very much in all languages of my study, and I look forward to your questions.
You need to turn on your
Thank you very
unmute.
much.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. In fact, so far we had 4 presentations. So, so very interesting. And the first presentation done by the Mr. Asian Abdul Hamid. And the second presentation, Rashidin, and the third one, Yoshida, and the fourth one, Torisi. So I think there are several questions in the chat box. And so the very interesting and different opinion about families. And it's very important in the current society. So there are different issues, different conflicts, and all the presenters focus on family formation, dissolution, conflicts, family relationships, and happiness. Although we see different patterns in countries, we see similarities as well. Happiness is very important in terms of maintaining well-being of all the nations. However, presentation showed the male-dominant families and females are facing several issues to bring the happiness to families, especially in the Asian context. So now we will. So I would like to ask Emily to direct question to each presenter.
Okay, thank you, Manori. I have collected several questions. There are 3 questions for first presenters for ASEAN. First questions is from Saswata Ghosh. To understand work-family conflict is quite subjective and based on interpretation of the questions. Is there any other measures or a series of questions? And then also, without multivariate analysis, inferences are problematic. That's the first questions. And second questions is from Dia. First, why do Indians in Malaysia tend to experience work-family conflict? Second question is, people with high education, with stable income, usually have an impact on stable family life, mainly from an economic point of view. But the results of your study show otherwise. What caused it? And what kind of family conflict does this group experience? And third questions from Siska Indriana. There is religion issue that non-Muslim have higher percentage in work-family conflict. Is there any differentiation of coping family problems between Muslim and non-Muslim family in Malaysia? Manori, shall we have first presentation answer this question, or I go on with other question for other presenters? Which one
first
do you think
we will start with first presenter. So we will direct questions to the first presenter. Then we will, after that, we will go to the second presenter. No, is
okay.
that all right? No, yeah. So
yeah,
then,
yeah. Okay.
Okay. I will try my best to answer the questions. Okay. For question number 1, is there any other measures or series of questions were there in the questionnaire? There is actually, but when I run the frequencies, the sample is not enough. So that is why I cannot put into this paper. So actually, the question is about what is your main problem. So we ask the men, what is their main problem when they cannot balance between work and family? So the question sounds like this: less spending time with your family, less spending time with for your own self, too many burden in the workplace, less focus in the workplace, childcare problem, and others. So this question I cannot put in this paper, and this is the limitation. I'm sorry for that because the sample is not enough. Okay. For question number 2. Why do Indians tend to experience work-family conflict? Okay, I'm not sure why they experience it, but maybe because of the culture of the Malaysian Indians, I'm not accusing anybody here. I'm just I'm just telling the truth, the results of the survey. Maybe of the culture of the Malaysian Indians, and maybe the stress level experienced by them. This is my opinion. Personal opinion. And for the second, people with high education with stable income usually have impact on stable, okay? And what caused it and what kind of family conflict? So the question of what kind of family conflict is the question that I cannot put in this paper. That's the question list, but I cannot put it. Okay. I lost the question.
The third question is, there is religion issue that non-Muslim have higher percentage in work-family conflict. Is there any differentiation of coping family problems between Muslim and non-Muslim family in Malaysia? So it's to compare with the coping mechanism between Muslim and non-Muslim family in coping with family conflict, in work-family conflict.
Actually, there is a literature that I found, but I hope I don't share this. I want to refer. A study by, this is a literature that I found, a study by Zaitun Hassan et al. 2017. They said that employees who have faith in religion makes it become an important part in their life and perceive themselves as religious and have less conflict and more enrichment from work to family. Integration of religious practices and workplace may direct to more work-family enrichment and less work-family conflict. So I hope that may help a bit, because in really, I cannot say that Islam. Of course, Islam, for me, Islam is the best, but maybe in other religion, everybody expect that their religion is the best. But when we compare, so this is the result that I also cannot say that Islam, but the result shows that when the Muslims, they are more what we call in English, calm. Okay, they are more calm, they are more content, and as compared to the others. That is what I can explain. I hope that it answers the question.
Okay, so we can move to another questions for another speakers. I guess if Siska or Dia or Saswata is not satisfied with the answer, then you can follow up your questions in the chat box. Okay, a question for presenter 2, for Ahmad. The first question is how the score was constructed. It's about the score by factor analysis or by simply adding the value of yes or no category. And second question from Ibu Dewi, when you discuss about working hours, are you referring the paid job only? Many literatures demonstrate that the triple role of women, paid job, domestic or caring job, and community works is the biggest stressor for women. So it's not only paid job only. And the third question is from Asma Tarma. Can you explain if sharing the responsibility to earn for family leads to sharing the burden to do house chores between the husband and wives? If it does, is it equally shared between them, or the wives still do more domestic tasks? Yes, that's the 3 questions. Maybe you could start.
Thank you for the question. For question number 1, let me explain. As I mentioned in my presentation just now, the well-being study, family well-being study was introduced by National Population and Family Development Board in 2011. So during that time, we do have some literature review. Besides literature review, we do have some discussion with our stakeholder to identify what are the main factors to calculate the family well-being. So we did factor analysis, and then we have identified, at first we have identified 7 domains. So from that 7 domains, we have done some pilot survey based on the factor analysis also. Then only we do the real field work on 2011. So the work starts between year 2010. So during that time, yes, we have 7 domains. After a few years, after 5 years, for the second round, we include 1 additional domains, which is technology and family and technology communication. Is because now we have exposed to technology, and nowadays social media also have a dominant element in our life today. So we do include 1 additional, which is family and technology communication domain. So to calculate that, let me share my screen. Okay,
Yes.
here are the can you see?
Yes, we can see.
Here are the formula to calculate the family well-being index. Is stated in our report. You can kindly visit our family repository, and here are the formula. Pardon me, the summation is for the indicator score is on top. This one also, the summation is on top. So we use this formula, and for my paper today, I use the same formula to calculate my well-being index for dual income family. For more info, you can log on to our family repository to view our report. Okay, I hope that answered question number 1. And then question number 2, yes, it's not included. It's not included only paid job. It's included unpaid job as well. So based on our Department of Statistics report released in 2019, that's the figure including both paid and unpaid. And yes, I agree with you. There's the type of job is the main stressor for women nowadays. And to answer question number 3, just to share with you, in our 2019 survey, we did not cover which whether male or female do more job, household job. But this year, early of this year, we just completed 1 simple survey opinion pool to find out what are the situation nowadays in Malaysia, especially on the pandemic. We found out that from 1,002 respondent women, 70% of them are working women. 65% is a working woman. So most of them, before pandemic, they are doing the household job, including washing some dishes, prepare food. Yes, they are doing that. But after the pandemic, we can see that the trend is changing. The male awareness, I think, is now people are living staying at home, so they are doing the same tasks together. And there's some improvement before pandemic and after pandemic. We can see the trend is changing. The men are, after pandemic, the men are more doing the household job than the previous before pandemic. So I hope that answered. It's not covered in our family well-being survey, but our own survey, new survey this year, we found out that situation happened in Malaysia. So more men are involved in household job after the pandemic happened early of last year. Thank you. I hope that answered.
Okay, thank you. Next question for the third presenter, for Chizu Yoshida. The first questions, do you think wives' perceived utility relates to women's more autonomy than other countries? And then the second questions, are there cultural factors related to different perceived utility of having a child between male and female in Japan? And the second question, is there any differences between urban and rural related to perceived utility of having a child in Japan? Yeah, that's those two questions.
Thank you for very interesting question. First question, higher educated wife has a higher perceived utility. So higher educated wife might have more autonomy. So as you say, perceived utility relates might relate woman's autonomy. But I didn't do the analysis. So I will try the analysis. And next question. Also, I didn't do the analysis including rural and or urban variable. So I'm going to do it. And how about cultural factor relates to different perceived utility? I think cultural factor relate perceived utility. May I share the slide?
Yes, it's the question about the cultural factors.
Yes.
What I'm understanding is there cultural factors related to different perceived utility?
This what people around you think of you. This is one of cultural factor. Some people, especially elder people, think when you get married, you must or should have a child. So some people think if he or she has a child, maybe people around you admire you. So such a value, there is such a value. So I think cultural factor could relate perceived utility, but I didn't do the analysis. So thank you, your interesting suggestion. I will do the analysis.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the clarifications. Question for presenter 4, Ursula Torrisi. The first question, can you please elaborate more on differences between men and women in conflict-driven society? I'm not sure what kind of differences referred to by these questions. I don't know if you want clarification from Saswata. And the second question is from Mbak Evita, having the insight that past violence experienced by children affect IPV in later life, what long-term recovery in post-conflict settings that can be designed? This issue is more challenging to handle compared to other physical health issues like child stunting, but often neglected.
Thank you very much for both very insightful questions. I don't think I need a specific explanation on gender differences because there are so many aspects that we might want to tackle when we talk about differences between men and women in conflict settings. My analysis by gender essentially kind of try to pick up those potential differences that occur in adolescence between boys and girls when they're exposed to violence. But I want to make sure that it's clear that this mechanism that I try to look at is a purely speculative, because unfortunately, as you can imagine, I have no information on, let's say, men's actual behaving within their relationships against women following conflict exposure. But my thinking was that since I looked, first of all, I looked at education, right? So I looked at whether conflict disrupted the education of women and men, and therefore this had some sort of implications for their mating later on in life. So let's say that if conflict has more effects on women's education, it might mean then they are forced to marry men that are either at a lower level of education or older men, or this sort of factors. And this then is also linked to their experiences of IPV. But I find no effects on or no relationship between women's disrupted education and their IPV levels, or also differences, spousal age differences and their IPV levels. So then I started thinking there might be something more subtle, perhaps there might be something more subtle that we can't capture with, standard variables that might be in fact differences in the attitudes towards domestic violence. And since there is quite a lot of literature on the fact that people that are exposed to any sort of violence then sort of tend to normalize violence within their lives. And I think this is an aspect that also links to the second question that I have. And since I see that this normalization of violence, it's more present for men that have been exposed to violence when they were young, we might want to think about solutions that tackle specifically this side of the couple, so that tackle more these young boys that are also more likely to have a more direct sort of relationship with war, because when you're 16 or 19 in conflict settings, and specifically in the settings that I look at, you're actually much more likely to be an active combatant in war. And so to have this direct experience that perhaps women don't have as much. Women face different type of threats during conflict that might be not linked necessarily to direct involvement in war, but more indirect experiences such as abuse, migration, forced migration, rape, and other type of horrible experiences. And so I think that we can think about a mix of initiatives that first of all focus on trauma healing and de-escalation, and very importantly, we might want to promote nonviolent models of masculinity in these settings. And also obviously we then need to think about supporting women's empowerment and campaigns at the institutional level. But I think most importantly, my findings suggest that we really need to work carefully on men's models, and also as my other previous speaker too, Hamed, said, there must be something that we need to do on the men's sides more to try to support men in these conflict societies. A lot of the work that I do obviously focuses on women, but couples are normally made by two individuals, and therefore we really want to make sure that although the woman is the victim, also men might be victims of previous violence, and if we don't focus on them as well, we might just lose the most important bit. So hopefully I have covered the questions, but I'm happy to also then continue this chat later on.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes left. So how are we going to use this time, Manori? Would you like to ask questions to the presenters?
Yeah, so actually, so so far the presenters so gave like so they got lots of questions, and I think so they responded those questions very well, and also actually so we overall we got a very clear idea about the families and issues facing by families and several things, and by using different methodologies. So I would like to raise a common question for all. So I think Ahmad Rashidin already responded about that, and I just like to know about from you all, like, so now we all are facing that COVID-19 impact, and I think because of the travel restrictions and the health guidelines, and I would think the families are facing several kind of like unexpected circumstances. So what do you think from your country context? I would like to get response from all three presenters.
Okay. Can I have a word first?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, regarding the pandemic, yes, we know it's really have a huge impact, not just for economic perspective, but also family institution. But more or less, we can say that there's a positive impact for family because we are staying in home, especially in Malaysia, is quite some time. So yeah, based on our survey as well, we did it early of this year. So we have identified 1,000 plus of women among including working women in Malaysia. So instead of asking them about well-being and so forth, yeah, we also ask about participation of their husband, their spouse in doing household jobs. So the response that we get, is of course, it's positive for couples, for husband to involve in doing a house job, and more or less to reduce some stress among couples in Malaysia. So we hope that this situation will continue. We put aside what's happening in economics, politics, and so forth. But in our family institution, we hope that we can be the best. Not just in Malaysia, I also pray for my fellow friends, families from other nations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any other speakers who would you like to respond to the question? Hello?
I think Encik Ahmad Rashidi had responded on behalf of Malaysia, so I just let him. So I just follow him lah. the same scenario. We are from Malaysia.
Okay, thank you very much. So others in brief.
Well, I cover a lot of context, and I think, unfortunately, I cannot probably say as much as positive things with respect to domestic violence during COVID-19 in these settings, although at the same time, as you can imagine, data on this specific outcome is very, very scarce and difficult to come across. But hopefully there are quite a lot of resources now that have been placed to research this outcome, because it's become something, luckily, more under the spotlight. So hopefully in the next couple of years we'll have a bit more clear understanding, and also will be much more ready to fight against it.
Thank you very much.
I noticed there is the one question directed to Ursula. Are we going to address these questions, Manori, or
no? So we have 5 minutes more.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. So I think Ursula could answer this question, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So I'm just
Yeah,
gonna read it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, in war-torn places, sexual assault is normalized, and even gang rape as a weapon could be used that left survivors traumatized and spoil their relationship too. What policy do you think to design to mitigate such sexual violations?
Right. So we need to think about what are we thinking about in terms of policies, because obviously in war-torn places, policies normally don't work because there's, the government are not really often able to actually implement policies or do things. So if we're talking about post-conflict societies, it's one thing. During conflict is another aspect. I think in terms of post-conflict societies, what I said before, there must be a big and important. We need to devote a lot of resources on reframing the society itself, reworking on the models that exist within that society. And also, obviously, you need to empower women feeling that they can share. You need to have a legal system that works. There are a lot of different aspects that are all interrelated. I would say the most important thing is really to try to make sure that women feel supported legally in terms of trying to expose the violation that they face. And at the same time, though, you want to work on the male aspects, because normally it's men that do abuse their wives, but let's say also in conflict society that might be the way around. So also men need to be supported in that sense. But I think the policies that we need to think about are totally multifaceted, but need to be rooted in a legal system that allows women to feel safe when they also go and report the violation that they suffer. Because if women don't feel safe when they go and they don't feel that they can trust the legal system, they will never report. And if you know that you cannot report the violations that you suffer, then clearly the perpetrator is much more incentivized, let's say, to be unpunished. So I think really we need to focus on recreating legal systems that work in this specific work. And I want to say specifically in the countries that I look at, legislation is enormously poor. Like, women are not supported whatsoever, especially in settings like Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. Legislation for supporting women that suffer abuse within the home is really weak. And so there needs to be a lot of grassroots movement as well to try to make sure that women understand that this is their rights.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting and insightful session. Thank you very much for all the presenters. Actually, they've made very excellent presentation and responded the questions so very well. And also, we have a quite large participation here. So thank you very much for participating this event. So Emil, I think that we need to take a picture. Also, any time to take a picture of everyone now, almost 9, almost 10:30 from Jakarta time, no? Yeah,
yes,
so
that's correct.
Actually, if you all can switch on your camera and get ready for the photograph.
Yeah, I think it's done.
Done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the presenters, and thank you very much for the organizers and everyone. So we had a very successful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Thank you,
day. Stay
everyone.
safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us in parallel session 5.3 that will discuss issues and concerns surrounding an important demographic population subgroup, children and youth. My name is Maria Paz Marquez, and I'm Associate Professor at the University of the Philippines Population Institute. I will serve as moderator, the first moderator on this session. Let me introduce you to our second moderator who will assist me on the Q&A session.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sri Purwati Ningsih. I'm a researcher at Center for Population and Policy Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Before starting the session, please kindly pay attention for a little housekeeping. First, each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the abstract. The second, a notification sound will remind presenter when the time is up. The third, the first sound indicates that there are only 5 minutes left for presentation. The second sound means time is up. And then, if any technical problem occurs to the current presenter, he or she needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and the upcoming presenter must take over. And the last, if there is any question during the presentation, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel. The format of the question should be your name, the name of presenter you would like to ask your question to, and your question. And we will bring them up during the Q&A session at the end of all the presentation. I think that's all, Maria.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 very interesting studies that will be presented in this session. 1 from Indonesia and 3 from our colleagues in India. Okay, so let's start and listen now to the presentations. Our first presentation is a paper entitled Determinants of Child Deprivation in Eastern Indonesia, co-authored by Mr. Nigel Roy Tantan of BPS Statistics Indonesia in Toraja Utara, and Mr. Ernie Tri Astuti of BPS Polytechnic of Statistics STIS in Jakarta. Okay, let us now listen to our first presenter, Mr. Nigel Roy Tantan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself first. I am Nigel Roy Tantan. I work at Badan Pusat Statistik or Statistics Indonesia. And today I'm going to present my study about determinants of child deprivation in Eastern Indonesia. As we all know, poverty is one of the main development issues around the world. One of the most popular approach to count or to measure poverty is using monetary approach. People consider poor if their disposable income below the what we call as the poverty line. In Indonesia in 2016, 1 in 10 people lives below poverty line or lives in poverty. Among them, the percentage of poverty is greater in the child age group more than any other age group or in general, with 13 in 100 children lives below the poverty line. If we look at the region in the Eastern Indonesia, 1 in 3 children lives in poverty. This case also happened in West Papua, with 30% child lives in poverty. 1 in 4 children in East Nusa Tenggara and Maluku also lives in poverty. In North Maluku, only 7.77% children lives in poverty, but they're vulnerable to economic turmoil. If the poverty line increase 1.6 times, then the child poverty in North Maluku will increase to 40%, second only to Papua with 50% if the economic turmoil happen and the poverty line increase 1.6 times. Sustainable Development Goals target in 2030 to reduce the number of child, male, and female poverty in by half figure. Reducing child poverty is very important because children are not responsible for their condition. They can get out of themselves out of the poverty. In Indonesia, we have law about child protection that guarantees right of life, education, health protection, and other rights. UNICEF stated that the fulfillment of the child basic rights is the basic needs to ending the child poverty. So UNICEF developing a method to measure child poverty, child multidimensional poverty, called MODA, Multiple Overlapping Deprivation Analysis. There are 3 objectives in this study. The first one is to describe the child deprivation. The second one is to examine the factors of child deprivation, and the last one is to examine the main characteristic of child deprivation. Okay. We analyze the data of child population ages 0 to 17 with total sample almost 60,000 children in Eastern Indonesia. Consists of Papua, West Papua, East Nusa Tenggara, Maluku, and North Maluku. Retrieved by National Socioeconomic Survey or SUSENAS 2016, collected by Statistics Indonesia. This is the MODA method. A child considered to be deprived multidimensionally if deprived in at least 2 of 6 dimensions of MODA. These are the 6 dimensions: housing, education, facility, food and nutrition, health, and child protection. Each dimension has several indicators with total indicators of the MODA that we use in this study, 15 indicators. Each sample will have one score, or each score, 1 if they're deprived, 0 if they're not deprived, using MODA methods that we run the data. And then we retrieve another variable that we suspect influence the child deprivation. We retrieve 6 independent variables. We have the educational attainment of head of household, sex of the head of household, marital status of head of household, employment industry, classification, and income per capita. Their parent condition or parent status will affect the child deprivation status in Eastern Indonesia. And in column 4, we can see the reference category in each variable. So we run the data using logistic regression to find the variable influence the child deprivation. The estimation of model parameters and standard error is carried out using the maximum likelihood function as follows. And after we found the variable, we run again using the quick, unbiased, efficient statistical classification tree. We use the significant variable in the first step. We select the input variable using the significant independent variables from previous step. And then the algorithm will continue with the selection of split input variable using similarity test and the chi-square independence. And then the third step for the input variables, selection of split point using binary split. If the independence variables have more than 2 categories, like the first variable, the educational attainment, have 4 categories, then the Quest algorithm will divide them, will form 2 superclasses out of 2 categories using 2 means clustering of class means, and then forming node health and prune the tree node. The finding in this study, we found that 84.56% children in Eastern Indonesia deprived multidimensionally. So the number, this figure is much higher than the monetary child poverty with 24.7%, 3 times larger. So many children deprived multidimensionally in Eastern Indonesia, 84.56%, with only 15% children not deprived. If we look at the educational attainment of their parent or of their head of household, we can see only about around 40% that children that lives in household that have parents that have educational attainment above primary school or elementary school. In this graph, we can see that the higher the education of their parents, the less or the number of the deprived children also decrease. But the number is still high. But the child deprivation is still high in every category. We can see that percentage of child in Eastern Indonesia by employment industry of their parents, 60% lives in agriculture family. Children that live in agriculture family deprive more than 90%. So in Indonesia, most people or more Indonesian population work in agriculture. And Eastern Indonesia, children that lives in the agriculture family deprive multidimensionally, 93.68%. And to answer the second objectives of this study, these are the results of the logistic regression. We can see that 5 variables, x1, x3, x4, x5, and 6 significance using level of significant 5%. Educational attainment, marital status, employment industry of head of household, area classification, and income per capita. Where we can see that we can see that the children that lives in the agriculture family tend to deprive multidimensionally than the children that lives in non-agriculture family. After that, this is the result of the Quest classification 3 on child deprivation in Eastern Indonesia. Let me zoom it. Okay, I cannot zoom it. Okay, we can see the output of the Quest classification 3. From the node 1, we have node 1 that will divide into 6 nodes. We can see the node 1 is the above. We can see that this child deprivation will have the 84.6% deprived, 15% not deprived, and then the Quest algorithm will divide them using the input variable educational attainment. They divide them into 2 superclasses atau 2 categories. The first category is the maximum junior high school, maximum elementary school or equivalent, and junior high school or secondary school equivalent. And also the second node 2, we have the educational attainment of their head of household, senior high school, and college. The node 1 is the final node of this category, of this node. And the node 3 will divide it again by the Quest classification 3. The Quest algorithm divide them into the senior high school and also college. And then the educational attainment of their parents that finish college will divide by area of classification, rural and urban. And we can see the summary of previous graph. We can see that these are the output. We can see that the final node, we have node 1, node 3, node 5, and node 6. The main characteristic that we use in this study is the node that have the index value more than 100%. Index value that have more than 100% is the node 1, educational attainment of household head, maximum junior high school. We can see that in the column 3, 65% children in node 1 and 70% of deprived children in node 1. Jadi, so in this node, we can see that only one node that have the index value more than 100%. So we can say in this study that the main characteristic of child deprivation in Eastern Indonesia is educational attainment of their head of household, maximum junior high school. Child deprivation using MODA 3 times larger than child poverty using monetary approach in Eastern Indonesia. So we have a lot to do to reduce the number in monetary approach or in multidimensional approach. The second one is the variable that significance influence the child deprivation is educational attainment, marital status, employment industry of their head of household, income per capita, and classification. Children that lives in the household that tend to be deprived if they live in the family or in the household that have the educational attainment lower, not married parent, and lives in agriculture family, lives in below poverty line, and lives in rural area than the reference category. And the main characteristic of child deprivation in Eastern Indonesia is educational attainment maximum junior high school. Okay. These are my references that we use in this study. Thank you so much for your kindly attention. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Tantan, for your presentation. Okay, now we move to the first of three papers from India. Our second presenter is Mr. Abhishek Saraswat of the International Institute for Population Sciences in Mumbai, India. He will present his paper entitled Socio-Emotional Advancement of Orphan and Abandoned Children Living in Orphanages in Delhi, a Mixed Method Study. Okay, the screen is now yours, Mr. Saraswat.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Good morning, all. Abhishek Saraswat this side, and I work as a data analyst and technical writer at the International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai, India. I will be speaking on the topic social emotional advancement of orphan and abandoned children living in orphanages in Delhi, a mixed method study. Childhood and adolescence is the phase full of vulnerability. During such phase, affection, involvement, and guidance of parents in one's life is extremely important to well-being of children. Love and trust in children reach honorable people if we only leave them as a words of the state in nameless place, which is not a home, or brand them with the label of destitute or orphan, then we are merely good human material and our very limited resources. Family environment plays a key role in overall development of child in terms of emotion, needs, and socialization. Worldwide, there are over 140 million orphan children and only over 8 million live in institutional care. Among 50 to 90% of orphan and abandoned who end up in institutional care have at least one living parents. With 31 million orphans, India is home to the largest population of orphan children in the South Asia who are at increased risk of poor psychological well-being. After the loss of their parents, children can experience sorrow, anxiety, depression, and lack of support and care. So basically, this paper tried to explore the socio-emotional issues of orphan and abandoned children living in institutional care in Delhi, investigating the coping mechanism employed by children for resilience and recovery. This study is cross-sectional, exploratory in nature, and primary data for the study was collected from 7 orphanages in New Delhi. Purpose sampling was deemed apt for this study. Quantitative data was collected from 360 orphan and abandoned children. Out of this, a sample size of 15 children, including 9 boys and 6 girls, was considered for the qualitative aspect of the study. Children including in the study were 10 to 7 years old and who reside in the orphanage for at least 1 year and were willing to participate in the study. Quantitative data was collected using semi-structured questionnaire The survey tools were approved by Student Research Ethics Committee of the IAPS Mumbai. Coming over the findings, so this graph shows the social demographic characteristics of the study sample. It can be seen that the majority of children were 10 to 14 years old and males, followed Hindu religion, and were currently enrolled in school. In this graph, it can be seen that the majority of children reside in private orphanage were staying residential in care since 4 to 6 years. Most were single orphans, and others like separated, runaway, abandoned. Majority of them did not join the institutional willingly and were enrolled in the orphanage by guardian and parents. The pie chart shows the children by the level of socio-emotional issues based on the strength and difficulties questionnaire. About 34% of the orphan and abandoned children had borderline issues and 21% reported abnormal issues. From next column graph, it is evident that the most common issues faced by children were peer problems and hyperactivity, and 1 in 5 children reported emotional issues. This graph shows the percentage of children with socio-emotional distress by their preferences for social interaction. It can be seen that socio-emotional distress was highest among children who never liked to mix and interact with people. Similarly, children who often preferred to have few limited friends had highest social emotional issues compared to children who never preferred so. Orphan abandonment children who never enjoy and social gathering or activity reported highest social emotional issues than those who often enjoy such engagement. Children who never took initiative in making new friends and never mixed easily with people reported higher level of social emotional issues. In the slide, we can see that about 47% of orphan and abandonment children reported experience post-traumatic stress. About 16% of children who experienced such stress reported that it upset them. Children also reported that post-traumatic stress influences their life. 66% of children reported that post-traumatic stress interferes with leisure. 29% reported interference with learning, and 20% reported interference with life in orphanages. %37% of children felt that their post-traumatic stress also affect people around them. Upcoming slides shows the finding from qualitative research showing the social emotional issues detailed by the children. The most common issue issued from the transcript were that children felt sadness, melancholy. They remember time spent with parents and family and separation from them. Parental bereavement was very evident among children. Orphan and abandonment children had low self-esteem and lack of purpose in general. Most of the children felt that they don't have anything to look forward in life and hope if their situation was different. In-depth interviews of participants reflect that the majority of them were lonely and often helpless. A 12-year-old boy shared, "I feel I am a burden to others. Nobody pay attention to how I am spending my time at school or how I am feeling. No one cares about me." Another issue faced by children was love and affection. Children yearned for the parental affection, especially a mother's love. However, they found a little refuge in the bond shared between the children residing in the orphanage. Whenever I see a child with his mother, I remember my parents and I wish they are still alive. Sometimes I wonder why God did this to me, stated a 10-year-old child. Many children reported having behavioral issue. Children reported that they refrained from interacting with any outsider because they didn't know what to say or how to behave around them and hesitate to put for their opinion. I mostly prefer to interact with someone like me. I feel uncomfortable while talking to other kids at a school. I believe that they will make fun of me. The participant lacked guidance in life. Another issue was rejection. Children remember how they were disowned and rejected by the parents and relatives and left to fend for themselves. The most common children use different ways and strategies to tolerate, reduce, or minimize psychological have to address a day-to-day basis. The most common coping mechanism included praying or complaining to the Almighty, finding you in each other and support each other. Suppressing feelings and trying to forget about the problem was another way to cope with the socio-emotional issues. Children try to their focus them happy. It was disheartening that for some coping was not easy, and such children try adverse coping methods like substance abuse, self-discrimination, and detachment from others. Conclusion. Concluding the presentation, interacting with the participant made it clear that although residential care fulfilled their basic necessity for sustenance, the socio or emotional turmoil they faced was insufficiently addressed. Materialistic requirements are not enough. Satisfy socio emotional needs of children are equally important to nourish children and ensure their well-being. New interventions should be specifically implemented for targeting all the social emotional issues, enhancing social skills, improving coping strategy, and developing resilience among children. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Saraswat, for your presentation on a little studied segment of children, orphans, and abandoned children. Okay, the next presentation will try to answer, does early childhood malnutrition affect cognitive skill development in children? Based on evidence from India. The authors are Mr. Ronak Paul and Professor Abhishek Singh. Both are from the International Institute for Population Sciences in Mumbai, India. You may now screen share your presentation, Mr. Paul. Hello, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Oh, okay, yes, now.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, hello everyone. I am Ronak Paul. and I am going to present on the topic, does early childhood malnutrition affect cognitive skill development in children? Evidence from India, co-authored with Professor Abhishek Singh. So let's start with it. This is the outline of the presentation. Now coming to the background, we know that the human brain is the most important organ of the body, and cognitive skills is the ability to process information using this brain. And the research suggests that majority of brain development in humans takes place in the first 5 years after birth. So downplaying the negative influence of factors affecting brain development will surely boost cognitive skill development among children in their later life. So the next part, we know that malnutrition refers to deficiencies, excesses, or imbalances in a person's intake of nutrition. This undernutrition addresses three main domains: undernutrition, micronutrient related deficiency, and overweight or overnutrition. So our understanding of relationship between malnutrition and cognitive skill development has increased over the past few decades. Now, this is a brief literature review. Victoria et al. Reviewed studies in developing countries and found association between stunting and schooling attainment. Grantham McGregor et al., who also reviewed studies from developing nations, found a link between childhood stunting and low cognitive development. Glivi et al., who in a longitudinal study from Philippines, concluded that malnutrition along with other psychological and social factors, cause deficit in cognitive developments among Philippine children. Sood et al. In this study from India found a cross-sectional link between malnutrition in early childhood and deficits in academic development of Indian children. And finally, Spears et al. During 2012 found that height for age had an effect on cognitive development among Indian children. Now, so what is the need for this study? Basically, we know that there's a dearth for studies that have assessed the impact of malnutrition on cognitive development among Indian children. The primary reason for this is unavailability of data sets that contain indicators of malnutrition as well as cognitive skill development in it. Spears, as I said earlier, had examined this relationship between stunting and cognitive achievement among rural Indian children. And the current study goes a step further to examine the longitudinal association using a nationally representative survey data. So this is the research objective where they examine the association of stunting among children in round 1 and cognitive skill development among same children in round 2. This is the overall overview of the data source, which is India Human Development Survey round 1 conducted during 2005 and round 2 conducted during 2012. Now, IHDS round 2 interviewed 83% of round 1 households, and our unit of analysis is 8776 children aged 1 to 4 years in round 1 who became 8 to 11 years in round 2. These are our study variables. The outcome variable, that is cognitive skill development, was basically assessed using reading skill, mathematical skill, and writing skill. And our main explanatory variable was stunting status of children. And we also controlled for various socio-demographic and other household characteristics. So coming to the statistical analysis, the outcome variable, as I've already said, is cognitive skill, and which is an ordinal variable. So basically bivariate association was examined using chi-square test for association, and we further calculated ordinal logistic regression to examine the multivariate relationship between cognitive skill development with the malnutrition indicator, adjusting for household demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. So coming to the background characteristics, we find that 49% of our children in the study sample were females, and 51% had mothers with no formal schooling. Also, 81% of children came from households that have unimproved sanitation facilities, and 45% of the children belong to a backward class, whereas 80% belong to the rural region of India. Now, this is the bivariate analysis. Basically, what we find is that among children who cannot read, the percentage of severely stunted children is higher. Again, when we look at the children who can read a story, we see that the percentage of children who are not stunted is higher, and the percentage of severely stunted children is lower. Now coming to the mathematical skill, we see the same pattern where children who cannot recognize number, severely stunted children were higher. Again, children who can do division, which is a higher skill, then normally children who are not stunted were higher in this group. Now coming to the writing skill, we see that children who cannot write. Again, here we see that severely stunted children were higher. So these are the results from the multivariate analysis where we are showing adjusted predicted probability of stunting status in round 1 on mathematical scale in round 2. So we see that among children who cannot recognize a number, the probability of being severely stunted was higher. Again, among children who cannot read, the probability of being severely stunted was higher. And children who can read a story, the probability of being severely stunted is the lowest among all types of stunted children. Again, coming to the writing skill, we see that children who cannot write, the probability of being severely stunted is higher. So basically, what do we summarize from these findings? From the results shown above, we see that malnutrition during round 1, that is 2005, in the form of underweight, stunting and wasting had a negative influence on the cognitive skill development of children in round 2. Yes, in the background, we also analyzed after taking underweight and wasting as an undernutrition variable, and the same relationship was observed. Further, the results were similar in the case of the cross-sectional studies conducted in both round 1 and round 2. In addition, we compare the effect of malnutrition on children in round 1 and the cognitive development in round 2. And the results are similar in the case of both the cross-sectional and panel studies. Also, we conducted heterogeneity studies where we found that this relationship between stunting and the cognitive skill development for children in different wealth quintile groups and by the level of mother's education, the direction of the relationship was similar. Now, in conclusion, what can we conclude? That we have sufficient evidence to conclude that malnutrition experienced by children during childhood hampers their cognitive skill development during the pre-pubescent phase. The focus should be on providing adequate nutrition to children during their childhood. This would greatly reduce the detrimental effect of malnutrition and promote a sound development of cognitive ability. These are the references that were used in our study. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul, for an interesting presentation. Okay, the last of our 4 presentations will discuss the influence of birth size and postnatal care on the learning outcomes of Indian children. The paper is offered by Ms. Rashmi and Mr. Ronak Paul, again from IITS in Mumbai. May I now call on Ms. Rashmi to present her paper.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, one and all present here. This is Rashmi. I am a PhD scholar from International Institute for Population Sciences, India. Today, I am going to present on the topic influence of birth size and postnatal care on the learning outcomes of Indian children. So, as we know that every child develops at their own pace from the simple to complex skills. Early childhood development refers to the way a child grows and learns during the early years of their life. So basically, they all move through an identifiable sequence of physical development, social emotional development, thinking development, language and literacy development. So here, all these developments depends on both the traits child was born with and what he or she experiences in early stage of life. Such experiences originates right from the utero or immediately after the childbirth, causing an irreversible damage to the child overall development. So the child's birth size is one such eminent indicator which reflects experiences in utero. Beside this, several other factors like prenatal care, skilled birth attendance, postnatal care, and fulfillment of nutrition requirement as per child's age also affects the child overall development. Past evidences had linked early life positive experiences on mother and child with child's overall development. However, despite the importance of maternal and child care factors, postnatal period is often neglected for the provision of quality care across the maternal and child health continuum, as it has been seen that only 44% of mothers in India received any care within the 48 hours of birth. Rates of skills care and health services are notably lower after childbirth compared with the rates before or during the birth. This brings the relevance to understand the effect of postnatal care of child immediately after the childbirth on their later life development. While the past evidences had mostly linked such early life experiences with child physical, social, emotional, and thinking developments, influence on language and literacy development are often overlooked. Misconception of only linking the language and literacy development of child with their ignorant attitude towards education or present environmental condition had also restricted the studies to look into the early life negative experiences of child. So the present study had tried to explore how the early life experience in utero and immediately after the childbirth can affect the learning outcomes in later ages of children. So the objective of this study was to utilize the panel data set of India and explore how the birth size and postnatal care of child in early life affects their learning outcomes in later years. So the variables birth size and the postnatal care of the children at the age of 1 to 4 years from round 1 were taken to explore its association with the learning outcomes of children when they reach at the age of 8 to 11 years in round 2. Here we present in the present study, we uses 2 rounds of India Human Development Survey. Round 1, which was held in 2004 to 2005, and round 2, 2011 to 2012. And the analysis were carried out on 9,782 last born children since 2000 in the round, which were present in the round 1 and were followed up till the round 2. Here, the main explanatory variable for this analysis is birth size and postnatal care within 2 months after delivery. Other control variables like the child household characteristics and child individual characteristics were also taken into consideration during the study. So here we can see that the percentage of children at the age of 1 to 4 years, their births, the higher percentage of children were seen in the average birth size, and interestingly, we can see that the children who have not taken any postnatal care, their percentages were also high in round 1. Further, for dependent variable, we have generated a score, a learning score from the learning outcomes, which were about which information was present in the survey, the reading, writing, and mathematical skills. We have generated the learning score using the factor analysis, and then we have generated a quantile, which we use to describe the distribution of dependent variable. Here you can see we have created this scree plot of factors using the factor analysis method. Here the 3 factors were generated, in which factor 1 explained the maximums, that is 72.4% of total variance. So for the present study, factor 1 was considered during the whole analysis. Here we have also plotted a kernel density plot of learning score in order to see how the value of the learning score diverged from that of the normal curve. Here the yellow dotted lines shows the values of the learning score which has been generated from the factor analysis, and the dotted line shows of the normal curve. Here we can see at the -2 and -1 points, the curve had been overestimated and underestimated. So in order to overcome this situation, we have further used a quantile regression model in which we have distributed the learning scores into further different quantiles in order to see how the different independent variables are affecting the learning score of the child, moving from the low to higher scores. Here is the quantile plot of the learning score. Here we have sorted the data from the maximum to minimum. Here minus 2.06 is the minimum learning score obtained among all the students, and 1.64 is the maximum score. Minus 0.12 is the median score, which has been which we can see is diverging from 0.25 to 0.5 value of quantile in the range. The learning score has steadily increases when we increase the quantile up to 0.27 quantile, and then it has been stagnant up to further 0.52 quantile, and then it has increased again, continuously increases against up to the 1 quantile. Further here, so in order to see how the different factors, including the main explanatory variables, that is the birth size and the postnatal care, affect the learning score along their scores distribution, that is the different effect on low to high scores, we have seen a quantile regression model. Here, the dotted line shows about the OLS coefficient, and this continuous line shows about the quantile regression model. Here we can clearly see that the OLS value gives a constant value at all the pace. However, the diverging values at the quantile regression with the using a quantile regression model can be seen at the different quantiles which we have generated of the learning score. So further, it can also be seen in the case of postnatal care. Now we can see that in case of birth size, the birth size has an eminent factor on the learning score of the child, as we can see, the values lies between the 95% confidence interval of the OLS, so which shows that it has a significant effect on that. However, in the case of postnatal care, not such significant effect was seen in the case of postnatal care. So present study using the quantile regression model depicts that birth size of children has a detrimental effect on child learning outcomes at the later ages. Although the postnatal care did not show any significant association, but its significant role in child health is undeniable. It was also found that most of the children were not provided postnatal care. This clearly raises the concern and may be responsible for such an association in the present study. Finally, concluding my words, I can also say that a child is in the womb at the time of birth or when children are young. Their parents largely determine their experience, and this chain breaks when children grow older and decides their environment. But the children's choice in adulthood are largely dependent on the consequences of habits they have seen in the younger ages, and also at the time of before birth and just after the birth, what are the consequences and what are the factors are affecting them. It is very notable to understand that things. Thus, the issue is not whether the learning ability in children is a product of nature or nurture, but the issue is how the nature and nurture work together to produce the learning ability in them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rashmi. Okay, so we have listened to 4 interesting presentations that tackle diverse child issues. All centers kept to the time allotted to them. So we have a lot of time, 38 minutes to be exact for the discussion and open forum. And we actually have some questions in the chat box. So I will now turn you over to Ms. Sri for the Q&A.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. That it seems that we have a few questions from the audience, and I will read the question from the audience, and I will start reading the question for speaker 1 first. The first question from Noni Merdeka to speaker 1. In your research found that characteristic of deprived child live in rural area with agriculture background. Can you explain more detail about it? How to minimize the risk or something like that? Because as we know, that Indonesia is the country that most of population work on agriculture sector. And the second question from Ibu Dora Panjaitan, what would you say that the case of child deprivation compare with the size of family? I think that's all for presenter one, please. Mr. Tatan.
Okay, thank you for the question. I will answer the first question about the characteristic of deprived children in agriculture background. So in Indonesia, as stated in the question, Indonesia is the country that most population work in agriculture sector. In Indonesia, unlike the developed country, we tend have much number of unskilled laborers. Like if the harvest season comes and then the unskilled laborers in the agriculture will then work, and their income is not very high. It's very low. It's only can feed their family for a couple weeks or a couple months, something like that. And in the agriculture, we also have the total, we also have TFP, total factor productivity in agriculture, lowest compared to other employment industry in economic contribution. So I think that's why children that lives in the agriculture family, especially in Eastern Indonesia, because most of the unskilled laborers lives in the Eastern Indonesia, like from the Sulawesi province to the Papua, and in the east side of Indonesia, have more unskilled laborers. So I think we have many programs that I think we have many programs to reduce that, but I think the implementation or the programs is not enough. I think that because that's why I think for the question number one. And yeah, in rural area we have I don't know, lack of power to access the facility in rural areas. So they tend to be not have jobs that high paying jobs, something like that. So I will try answer the question number two about the size of the family. I think I don't really have the capability to answer this, but I will try based on my raw data that I ran before. I think the size family in Indonesia, in Eastern Indonesia especially, is 4 to 5 family members in one family or household, and the number of children 1 to 2, something like that. And I think the more children in the family also will have the higher impact to their deprivation, because their parents that have the lower income tend to lack of power to give the basic needs of their children. I think that's my answer for now. I think we can elaborate more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tantan. I think, is it clear for Ibu Dora and Ibu Noni, or you need more explanation from Mr. Tantan? Is it okay?
According to Miss Dora, it's clear. The explanations are clear, and also from Ms. Noni Mardeka.
Can we move to speaker 2? Okay. There is one question from Ibu Devi for speaker 2 to Mr. Saraswat. How does issues pertaining to socio-emotional issues among children in the orphanage relate to the wider cultural context? How does Indian as society perceive socio-emotional issues? Are these issues regarding with stigmatized or marginalized? Yeah, but it seems that Mr. Saraswat already answered in the chat box, but please, Mr. Saraswat, explain again directly in the room. Please, Mr. Saraswat. Hello, Mr. Saraswat. Oh, sorry, speaker 2 is not in the room now.
Oh. Okay.
So there is no question anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to invite Maria to ask question for specific question to speaker, because we still have 30 minutes left.
Okay. Let me start with a question addressed to Ms. Rashmi. Okay, you mentioned that the sample for your analysis was last born children only. So I have two questions actually. First, is there any special reason why you chose last born children only? And second, do you think the results would be different if you use a sample of higher order children, like firstborn or middle children? Because first-time mothers usually take better care of themselves than during their later pregnancies. So can we hear from Ms. Rashmi?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, due to constraint in the data, in the information regarding the information in the data was present only for the last born and the next to last born child. However, the next to last born child, the data was very underreported, or you can see missing values were there. So I have considered only the last born child, not taking the next to last born child. So regarding you are saying that the higher born children should be taken, yeah, that would be good but due to constraint in the data, I have considered only the last born child here.
Okay. Do you know the birth order of the last born children? It could be it's possible it could be the first child, could be the second child.
Yeah, actually, I have considered that as a control variable in our study. I have shown here only the birth size and the postnatal care variable. However, I have controlled all these variables. The birth order were present for different, the different categories of the birth order was present for the last born child. They were not only the first or second, or different categories were present there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, question for Mr. Tan again. Another methodological question. So you consider the characteristics of a household head. So I wonder if the data would allow for analysis of characteristics of other household members, like if there is a household member who is employed, which is not necessarily the head. Okay, so do you think it will your results will turn out differently if you consider other characteristics of other household members other than household head.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I can also run the data using other household member employment industry, but I think why we chose only the head of household, because we think before we think that only the head of household in Indonesia that mostly works, something like that. So yeah, I will elaborate to that, and I think we will have another result if that characteristic also be run. Thank you.
Additional question. So although the sex of the household head did not emerge as significant in your study, right?
Yes.
I'm wondering why you included the sex of the household head as a factor in child deprivation. What is your hypothesis concerning this?
Yeah, thank you. The reason why we chose the sex of the head of household, because we found in the reference that we use that father tend to give children more income, something like that, but the mother can give more wide basic needs. So the mother knows better about the quality, but the father knows better about the quantity, something like that. But we are using the 5% significant level and the p-value more than 5%, like 5.5%. So if we use the 10% significant level, then the sex also will be significant, something like that.
Okay. Then, okay, questions addressed to Mr. Ronak po and also Ms. Rashmi, because the two studies are sort of related, right? So because your dependent variables are the same, although different methodologies. So I'm wondering, because could you explain how early life experiences, or as early as in utero, in the case of Ms. Rashmi's study, can affect the learning outcomes several years later, much later in the child's life? So I'm wondering, does this mean that the fate of the child is already set, or this can be reversed later on? Especially concerning the cognitive skills, no, that you examine. Yes, let's hear from Mr. Paul and then Ms. Rashmi later.
Yes, so actually, like on this note, yeah, I would like to tell that there have been studies on Harvard National Center for Child Development, and they have given proof that basically stress during the early childhood period affects the development children of later life. So what when they elaborated, what they said is that basically stress can be classified into two types. One is a chronic stress that reoccurs throughout the childhood, and the other is a mild stress that is temporary. So basically what they said was that the mild stress, it's good for child development during the early childhood period. But the chronic stress can be toxic, can have a toxic effect on the children. And most of the times children, the resources that they use for their development, they have to divert it for the purpose of coping with the stress, the toxic stress that they receive during the early childhood period. So yeah, as you have already said that the stress received during the early childhood period, it kind of determines the experiences in terms of development that they are going to face during the late childhood or the pre-pubescent phase, as we know. So basically, in the study that I presented, we saw that chronic undernutrition in the form of stunting, it had negative effect on the cognitive development of children overall. And yeah, we also performed sensitivity analysis to check whether the relationship was similar across different categories of well-quintile households or different categories of mothers' level of education. And we found that the relationship was more or less in the similar direction in those sensitivity analysis also. And then again, coming to the second question, where you say that can there be interventions that can ameliorate this effect? So yeah, again, I would like to come to the same study from Harvard University, and they have given proof, although we are not able to examine the same in the Indian case due to lack of data. In those studies, they showed that basically parent-child relationship, a good parent-child relationship, or a good stress response behavior from the parents towards children was instrumental in ameliorating the effect. And further, institutional prevention measures like awareness programs in terms of the directed toward parents, showing their importance, and then again other measures directed during the schooling also help to ameliorate the negative impacts of this toxic stress during the early childhood period. Thank you.
Yes, do you have anything to add, Ms. Rashmi?
Yeah, ma'am, like I am very much agree with his statement, and I would also like to add, like as we all know that birth size and the postnatal can be seen to have a detrimental effect at the nearest phase of the life. Like we can say that at the nearest phase, it has an eminent effect. But the studies from the countries and the Lancet study, which I have also cited in the text, like it has shown that these factors can also affect the child at their later ages in the form of, like I have said, the cycle of physical thinking and these learning outcomes. So basically in Indian context, yeah, the data and due to constraint in the data and the information is very less right now, but the countries have shown, the developed countries and the few developing countries has shown that these things like birth size and the postnatal has an eminent effect in the child later ages. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you. So the moral of the stories is as early as pregnancy, no? So we women, mothers should take care of ourselves, no? If we want our children to grow up healthy, have a good, generally have a good life. Okay, I have additional question for Ms. Rashmi. You showed a breakdown of birth size by average, small, and large. So I wonder, what are the weights for the average? Is it the same as other countries, or there's a different standard for India?
No, like in other countries, they have also considered like average and non-average kind of things. But in this study, I have considered three variables: large, small, and average, because I have gone through some studies which has shown that small and large birth size has also different effect on the child. So regarding considering the parameters, I have considered the Indian case. I have chosen like an Indian study, NFHS, National Family Health Survey. I have gone through that parameter, and then I have created this variable.
Yeah, I mean, what is average? Because in the Philippines, our average is much lower than other countries. So average is two
average is normal here, means normal birth size, and large and
pounds.
If I can add to Ms. Rashmi, Actually, in this study, in IHDs, basically, birth size, the variable was self-reported by the mothers. So the mothers are basically asked, like, when your child was born, do you think that whether the child was smaller than average, was an average child, or a larger than child? So the variable also in effect suffers from the reporting bias of the respondent. That's why.
Okay, so it's the perception of
Yeah.
whether
Yes, some
that
mother's perception.
okay, the baby is average, small or large. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now going back to Mr. Tantan, I have a few questions for Mr. Abhishek, but he's not around. Okay, so given your study showed a higher level of deprivation based on MODA, right? The MODA indicator. So which would you recommend between these two indicators, the monetary indicator or MODA as an indicator of deprivation or poverty?
I think I will recommend both to count poverty. I think if we look at the Indonesia, we only count the poverty using the monetary approach because many institutions use that data for their needs. But I think we need also to consider release the basic data about MODA because for ending child deprivation, we also need where the child is deprived, in which indicators and which dimensions. So I think I will, if I can choose, I will choose the MODA. I think, but with the adjustments of the indicators and because we have the National Economic Survey that collected variable, we have two questionnaire in Susanas. We have the core and we have the consumption questionnaire. The consumption questionnaire will be generated into the poverty line, but the core is I don't know what is titipan. From other institution, they give the variables. Oh, we want you to collect this data, something like that, like the variables from the other ministry, something like that, and we collect it in the core. So the core will need to be adjusted to meet the MODA method by UNICEF because we some indicators we cannot provide from the Susana, something like that. So I think I will recommending MODA with better adjustment, something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take note of that. Okay, I think
Arya,
yeah,
may I ask question to Mr. Paul?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paul, could you describe about the reading skill of children in India? As you stated before, that malnutrition during early childhood has an association with reading skill of children. I want to compare with situation in Indonesia. In Eastern Indonesia, reading skill of children is also low. They understand letters, but when they become words, the children can read it. How about in India, the situation?
Yeah, so in the case of India, what we saw that our variable here, it has basically 5 levels, that whether a child cannot read alphabets, can read alphabets, then whether he can read words, he or she can read words, then whether he or she can read a sentence, and then a paragraph, a sentence, or the last level is whether he or she can read a full story. So in India, basically the observed the median level where children persisted was that they can read like they can read a sentence. That was the median level. And since we had children in the ages of 8, 9, 10, and 11, so in the cases of children in the ages of 8 and 9, the median level was they can read words, but they cannot read sentences. And then again, in case of children in age 10, it was they can read sentences. And in the case of children who are aged 11, they can also read sentences. That was the median level for all the children.
So, the situation is almost the same.
Yeah, it's
Asia, I
same.
think. Yeah. Could you please explain? Is there any specific policies regarding with the situation, India?
Yeah, so in this situation, basically, the instruments were developed by our Pratham, which is an Indian NGO that works on the educational development of children. So they also recommended several policy measures regarding the same to the Indian government. And based on that, we have what basically the Indian government has introduced our CCE based curriculum in the the curriculum of children, the school curriculum of children. So whether in addition to what they're learning in the core syllabus, they are also given additional training in the form of undertaking projects, or giving presentations on their project in front of the class. So it's basically a comprehensive set of measures that have been undertaken to improve this learning skill among Indian children. But unfortunately, this curriculum is available only for students in the studying in the National Board of Education. And there are also different state boards, and some of them have taken measures, but others are largely lacking in this respect. So this is one way that the government has taken policy interventions. And again, India announced a national education policy recently in 2020 that would be rolling forward. So many improvements over the CC curriculum has been announced in that policy, but we will be seeing the results coming after the post-COVID phase. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powell. Yeah, we still have 10 minutes left. May I ask one question to Mr. Tantan, Maria?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Tantan, I would like to ask a question regarding your presentation. Yeah, I want to know what is the main reason for selecting 5 provinces in Eastern Indonesia? Is there any significant differences between children in Western and Eastern region of Indonesia? Yeah, please, Mr. Tantan.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, okay. Why we chose the Eastern Indonesia in the first place? Because when we see the child poverty rate in the 5 provinces in Indonesia, every year, the Papua, West Papua, Nusa Tenggara, and Maluku and Aceh have the highest percentage of poverty, general poverty or child poverty. And then we want to know if the eastern side of Indonesia have the same access to the facility or not with the western side of the Indonesia. That's why we chose the Eastern Indonesia, especially in the Eastern Indonesia. We actually want to know about the ethnicity, but the data isn't there. We lack of data about the ethnicity, something like that. So we just want to know the Eastern side Indonesia, are they have the same opportunity to gain some basic rights for their children compared to the Western side of Indonesia.
Okay,
I
it's
think, yeah,
it is clear, Mr. Tantan. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
Okay. No more question.
we can now close the
I offer to you, Maria, to close the session. Yes.
Okay, thank you to our presenters, very young presenters. They're childhood themselves, but they already show promise and concern, no, to very important issues about children. Thank you. And then thank you, everyone. We appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you for joining us today, and we will see you in other sessions of the conference. Thank you. So do we have a photo?
Take a photographers.
Yes. Okay, before we formally close the session, so we can. Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you. See you in other sessions. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Good evening. Good evening to all. We have a wonderful set of papers for this session on the household and demography. I don't think with the demographic changes which is happening all over the world, whether irrespective of whether live in developed countries or developing countries, I think the importance of family or the household in demography or family demography and household demography has emerged itself as a entirely new discipline or new subject in the course of time. So it's really a great pleasure to have the papers on this subject, varying from India, Japan, Australia, and from other countries. So let me thank all of you for submitting the papers and welcome all the 4 speakers for this session on household and demography. May I also welcome my co-moderator, Dr. Mulyanti. Thank you and welcome to this session. Okay, let's go by order. So the first presentation is by Dr. Preeti Dhillon. Preeti is from the International Institute for Population Sciences in Mumbai, India. And she will be speaking on a topic, 1 person and 1 couple only households in India, trends, prospects, and age patterns. I think it's a paper co-authored with Naina as well as Bashan Ali. So over to you, Preeti. You can make your presentation now.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope it is visible now. Yeah.
Yes, it's visible. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. So the topic of the presentation is 1 person and 1 couple only household in India, its trends, prospects, and age patterns. The co-authors of this paper are from IAPS, International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai, Ms. Naina Purkasta and Balhassan Ali. They have collaborated in this paper. So this study was done almost more than 1 year back. So I'm thankful to APA for accepting and giving us this opportunity to present the paper at this platform. So this is the outline of paper. I will be going through background where starting from global scenario to Indian scenario, rationale of the study, objectives, data and methods, results and conclusion. So as we know that household structure and living arrangements, they are defined based on the household composition, family composition, like number of persons living coincide in a household, their gender, age. So these 2-3 things are very important, and particularly in the current scenario when mobility and migration is increasing very rapidly. So this study has captured only 2 types of household structure. One is 1 person only household, and the second one is 1 couple only household, based on survey data from National Family Health Survey. So we know that household structure is linked with several socioeconomic and demographic transitions. It captured it is consequences of the past and present changes. So like how fertility decline, longevity improvements, migration, urbanization, economic growth, and other development issues. So it is closely linked with all these domains. However, it is very less studied area, particularly household structure over time, trends, prospects. We have seen it is a very well-known area, but less explored area, particularly the country like India. I've gone to many literature, particularly in China. There are a lot of literature in living arrangement transition, changes over time, how they are linked with demography. But we found that in India, there is a lack of such kind of literature. We had household structure has direct relation with old age, widowed women, and there are many evidences in India. So in global scenario, if we see 1% household is around 1/3 in the European countries and US. And other Asian countries like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and they had highest proportion of 1% only household among the Asian countries, which is almost equivalent, same as Europe and US. However, other Asian countries like India, China, India and China are showing the expected increase in the future and even in the current past, recent past. So this study has considered India data, and we have done literature review from the recent past, and we found that nuclear family structure has increased over the time. It has been evidenced by sociologists and anthropologists. However, in demographic studies, we have very less. We know the data, we have household structure, one household or household size have been studied, fertility have been studied, but the household structure has not been much studied earlier. So there were studies like what are the determinants of living arrangement, how they affect older people, what are the gender differentials in 1% household among older adults. So these are the recent literature we found. So consideration of trends in living arrangement or household structure can provide valuable insight for socio-economic policies, as many policy on retirement policy, support system, and even child policy. These are highly linked with the living arrangement. So we attempted to unearth the research questions, including what are regional patterns in 1% and 1 couple only household in India and in its states, and how it has changed over time and how it will change. It is likely to be changed in the coming future. Until recently, there is no prior research which assesses that how the age pattern of 1% or one couple only household, how the age pattern, what it suggests in India. So therefore, we had objective to assess the changing pattern of 1% and 1 couple only households in India and in its states over the period. This is from 1993 to 2015, and also we tried to project up to 2050. We also had objective to understand the age pattern of these households and to provide the expected scenario in the coming future. We used National Family Health Survey data from round 1, third, and the latest one. By keeping in mind the same time interval, we considered these rounds. And these estimates we compared with the census and also National Sample Survey Organization. Then we found that our estimates from National Family Health Survey were more comparable with census in compared to NSSO. So we further study was restricted to NFHS survey. For age smoothing, we used spline method, and to see some determinants of demographic determinants of 1% only and 1 couple only household, we used OLS regression, and to project the rates, which is a simple percentage of 1% household and 1 couple only household, we used logistic curve for this projection. So this table suggests how NFHS estimates are more matching with the census estimates, census results. So we found that average household size has declined over the period, and this table is just to show that how NFHS survey is comparable with the census. So rest of the analysis we focused on National Family Health Survey. So prevalence of one person household in India and its states over the period, we can see here. We have all states. So we see how it has changed over time. Like in 1992, urban area like Delhi, National Capital, Delhi, Mizoram, here, Tamil Nadu, and some other area has higher percentage of living one person only household, which has increased in the another round of survey, NFHS 3, particularly Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, this Nagaland, and this Andhra Pradesh. There was a higher increase in the percentage of one person only household. Then we found in the next round, that is NFHS 4, there we found that almost it was stable, not much change in one person only household. Only the Tamil Nadu and Nagaland, there was small decline. Otherwise, many states shows increase, but small percentage has been increased. So this is prevalence of one couple only household. Here we can see very clear picture that the same states like Tamil Nadu, in the first two rounds, we see Tamil Nadu has shown very high increase, and also Andhra Pradesh. And you see all other states has shown the increase in percentage of one couple only household. And in the latest round, you see all states have increased, except Tamil Nadu, but which has small decline. But almost all states has shown continuous increase in one couple only household. So this graph suggests how what is the age pattern of one person only household in India. So we see this is by gender. Blue color suggests males. So you see young people, one person only household are concentrated among young men. However, they are concentrated among older women. This was the fact in 1993, which persists in the next two rounds. However, the peak has been more clear in the recent rounds, and particularly among the older women, the shift has been more visible in the recent rounds. See, there is a particular increase. It has increased peak from 4% to 6 to 8%, around 6%. In the older age, we can see more women are living alone. If you see another graph, which is one person household by age and place of resident over time. So rural urban wise, if we see, so this shows how in the young age, urban area, there is more percentage of one person only household. However, in the old age, we have more percentage of living alone concentrated in rural area, which is again true in the 2005-6. It was coming the same, and this peak is more prevalent in the old age in rural area. So this is the main finding. If you see one couple only household, again, same pattern we can see in urban area. In the young age, we see more one couple only household. However, in old age, we found that one couple only household is more prevalent in rural area, and same pattern is coming present in the coming recent rounds of the survey with more smooth pattern we can see. This table suggests the determinants, demographic factors like the total fertility rate was negatively affecting the one person only and one couple only household. Similarly, life expectancy has a negative association. However, over time, there was a significant increase in one person only household and one couple only household. If we see the projection, then this is the one trends in one person only household. So it is going to be increased in India. We used different assumptions based on different asymptotes assuming for different states. And here also we find that one couple only household is going to increase. In this slide, you see stable pattern of projected one person household in India. So states like Tripura, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Mizoram, they are going to be these states are going to have they are going to have high percentage of one couple only household. So I can conclude the study finds an interesting trends of one person and one couple only household over period. India observed about 4% one person household, which is expected to reach 5.5% by 2030 and again 6.7% by 2050. In 2015-16, around 8% of one couple only households, which will further increase to 10% in 30 and 12% in 2050. State level diversity was observed in both type of households. In 2015, the proportion of one person household ranges between 1% to 8% in Indian states, while that of one couple only household was 3% in Meghalaya to 14% in Andhra. A demographically advanced have the highest proportion of one couple only household in the coming years, and one man household were concentrated in younger age, while one woman household were concentrated in older age. The share of one person households increased among older people from rural area. The negative association of TFR and life expectancy on one person and one couple only household is prevalent, is evidenced here. In the increasing share of one person and one couple only households may further contribute to feminization and ruralization of population aging in India. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Preeti. I think it has been a wonderful presentation, providing a complete understanding of one person's and one couple households in India in different parts, and also the variations and its future effect. That would be really interesting for even for the policymakers to understand what are its future implications. Thank you for that. We will move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is by Gauranga Daswarma. Gauranga Daswarma will be speaking on the demography of volunteers in Australia with the focus on the state of South Australia. So Dr. Gauranga is from the College of Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences at Flinders University, Adelaide in Australia. Over to you, Dr. Gauranga.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman and moderators and fellow participants. I'd like to present something about a particular population group, which is seldom studied in demography. And this group is called a group of volunteers, because although we do a lot of studies about special groups for like children under 5, women of reproductive ages, the elderly and the migrants, for their own significance in terms of demography and health consequences. But this particular group of volunteers is very rarely studied. And I'll just try to fill that gap to a little extent with data from Australia and with the focus on South Australia. But I'm having a little bit difficulty with sharing the screen here. Let me try that first. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are audible. You have to only share your screen.
Yeah, I just tried.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, but Right. Please bear with me while I try to share the screen. What happened? Professor James, why don't you go to the other speaker while I sort out this issue here? I think to save time.
You can just click in the share screen. That's all. That's all you have to do. First, you open open the PowerPoint in your desktop.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there, but
okay. In case there are difficulties, it's fine. We will move on to the next one, and we will come back to you.
Please do that.
That's fine. Okay. Sorry for this technical glitch. This always happens when you have an online. Okay.
And my fellow participants. In studies of no, it's okay. I got it now.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I got it now. Thank you. Groups such as children
under
the adolescents. You can switch off that other video, please. The elderly, the youth, and the working age population. You can switch off that. Yeah. A little is known. I'm live now.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's visible. You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll just repeat what I said before. In demography, we study various subgroups of population, such as children under 5, women of reproductive ages, working age population, the elderly, the migrants, for their demographic, social, economic, and geographic significance. But another group of population, which is the group of volunteers, is rarely studied. So I'll try to present a brief account of volunteers, who are the volunteers, what they do, and what is the trend, with particular examples from Australia and the state of South Australia. So the outline is as follows. It will cover the volunteers in Australia, recent changes in the population of volunteers, and the participation of particular groups like migrants, the unemployed, students, baby boomers, and Generation Y in the volunteering pursuits. So volunteering, why is it important to study or to know, is that it can improve one's chances of getting a paid job. It has happened before. If people don't get a job, they can do voluntary work in a particular skill they want to do. And it can expand one's professional network. Volunteering is defined as time that is willingly given for the common good and without financial gain. That's the basic definition of volunteering. But it has been divided into 2 categories, like formal volunteering, which is unpaid voluntary work through an organization, or informal volunteering, which is the provision of unpaid work or support to non-family members outside of the household. Recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to the stopping of work of volunteering about 66% of volunteers in the last February, April 2020. And 80% of organizations have had to stand down their volunteers. That is, they have to retrace the volunteers. Now, the formal volunteering in Australia as of 2019, there were about 6 million people over the age of 15 who volunteered, and that comprises about 30% of the total population. Here, females are slightly more represented in proportion than males, but very little difference, but mostly females are more. And the most common types of volunteering in formal sense relate to sport and physical recreation, religious groups, and education and training. In the informal sector, informal volunteering, about slightly more, like 6.7 million people, comprising about 33% of the population volunteered. And again, here females are slightly more represented than males. And in the informal sector, volunteering relates to work like in domestic sector, home maintenance, gardening, providing transport or running errands, and providing emotional support. Now, it is essential to understand the monetary value of volunteering. so that governments know about the huge contribution that volunteers make to society. Prior to 2014, the most recent estimate of the value of voluntary work in Australia was estimated at $43 billion, the Australian dollars, in 2006. More recently, Hotwire has done a more recent estimate with an innovative method, and she estimated that in 2021, the work of volunteers was worth about 290 billion Australian dollars. Now, her method takes into account the value of lives saved by volunteers such as firefighters, emergency service workers, and surf lifesavers. I might mention here that in Australia, most of the firefighters are volunteers, though they do get training for particular volunteer work, but they are essentially volunteers. The extent of volunteering in 2014, there were about 5.8 million people volunteered. And as I said before, women were more likely to participate in voluntary work than men. And voluntary work in Australia is quite widespread in terms of age, major population groups, such as migrants, the unemployed, and students, and designated birth cohorts or generations such as baby boomers, Generation X, and Generation Y. The highest rates of volunteering were for young people aged 15 to 17, followed by slightly elderly people like 35 to 44. But as you can see in this bar diagram, most ages, the smallest proportion of volunteers was found among the age 85 plus, and the highest was in 15 to 17, as I mentioned. In terms of the kind of work that volunteers do, sport and recreational, physical recreation organizations were the most common type of organization that people volunteered for. And in terms of types of people who volunteered, it's the couples with children were more likely to have volunteered in the last 12 months than couples without children. Now coming to the state of South Australia, where I currently live, the capital is Adelaide here. So recent changes in the demographic nature of South Australia, I'll start with that first. So I can see between the last two recent censuses, 2011 and 2016, as you know, Australia takes a census every 5 years. So the changes in population resulted in growth about just under 1% for the whole population and for males and females respectively. With particular reference to the groups that I mentioned, the Generation Y, which is born between 1980 and 1994, Generation X, born between 1965 and 1979, and the well-known baby boomers, born between 1946 and 1964. These groups were 5 years older between 2011 and 2016, and their rate of growth was very similar in terms of Generation Y, X, and baby boomers, 0.84, 0.40, but the baby boomers have actually lost a little bit because they are the oldest group. There was negative growth in that group, maybe because mostly because of mortality, things like that. But what about the changes in South Australia's volunteer population, 15 years and older? As you can see in this table, in 2011 census, just under 20% of males volunteered and about 23% of females volunteered. And in total, 21.2% of males volunteered. And again, you can see the predominance of female volunteers. So for every 100 female volunteers, there were about 79 male volunteers. 5 years later, the situation changed only slightly, so that again, 21, 24, 23% of male, female, and total population respectively were volunteering. But the participation of males increased very slightly. So there were 82 males for every 100 females volunteering in South Australia in 2016. But the interesting thing is the median age of volunteering remained almost the same, around 47 years. And The other interesting thing is the annual rate of increase in the volunteer population between 2011 and 2016 is much higher than the rate of increase in the total population. So that among males, there was a nearly 3% increase per annum, females 2.4% increase, and total again 2.7% increase. What about migration and volunteering? Compared to the Australian-born population, migration volunteering among migrants is much less. Moreover, recent migrants are less likely to volunteer than migrants who arrived in Australia earlier. And migrants who spoke English only were more likely to have volunteered than migrants who spoke other languages at home. This is clearly understandable because to be able to volunteer, one must know the situation, one must know the organizations, one must know where to volunteer for. And in that respect, the Australian-born population is much more advantaged, and the older migrants are much more advantaged than recent migrants. And knowing English and speaking English is, of course, gives a great advantage. So that's what the picture is shown here. But what about migrants among volunteers? Looking at it from another angle, you can see that in 2011, 2016, the percentage of migrants in the total population, as you can see at the bottom half of the table, percentage of migrants in the total population varies between 21 and 23%, 22 and 23%. A similar percentage is reflected in the percentage of migrants among volunteers. So I think volunteers migration is the proportion in the total population. Among the unemployed, we can see that in both males and females and total population, the unemployed people who are looking for part-time work were more likely to volunteer than unemployed looking for full-time work. And this is reflected in the male, female, as well as in the total population. Among students, students also volunteer, as I mentioned, and that accounts for the volunteering work among the 15 to 17 age group. And part-time students are much more likely to volunteer than full-time students. Overall, students volunteer to the extent about 26% of their population. Among the generation Y, X, and baby boomers, we can see that in the total population at the bottom of the table, the generation X accounted for most of volunteers. I mean, they are proportionately have the most volunteers. But in terms of males and females, the picture is slightly different. In the females, generation X has the highest proportion, and among the males, it is equal to the baby boomers, generation X and Y. So, and the percentage of students and generation X and Y and baby boomers in the volunteer population in South Australia is again very much similar, so that the percentage in the volunteer population of these groups and the percentage in the total population are similar, except for the fact that the generation X in the volunteer population is much higher than their proportion in the total population, and baby boomers are likewise. So the total percentage adds up to more than 100 because of a possible overlap in this situation. So in conclusion, we can say that in these three generation groups, like Y, generation Y, X, and baby boomers, males and females of generation Y were least likely to volunteer, followed by males and females of baby boomers, and males and females of generation Y. And females of all the three generation groups were more likely to volunteer than the male counterparts. This is as I mentioned, this is a very purely descriptive presentation, but what I wanted to highlight was how important volunteering work is, and with respect to studies examples from Australia. And I know that formal and informal volunteer work certainly exists in the countries of Asia, but to my knowledge, they're not documented, at least with the same detail about the nature of such work. and their contribution to the national economy in terms of hours worked or in terms of their monetary value. So therefore, the national statistics offices or prominent national NGOs might consider filling this gap in information by collecting data and making studies of volunteers. And thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing out other aspects of household duties, volunteering, which really is one of the important things to measure in any society. I am not very sure whether such kind of measurement is available for any other countries or any other societies. So thank you for bringing out an important dimensions of human behavior, which needs to be, I think we need to really bring it out to the public domain so that it inspires many other people and many other societies. Thank you so much. So we will move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is by Masataka Nakwagwa. So it is on the topic migration of adult children, living arrangement and geographical proximity to parents, and analysis of the Japanese National Survey on Migration. So Masataka is in the National Institute of Population and Social Security Research in Tokyo, Japan. Thank you and welcome, and you can now start your presentation. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, but it is because of the cultural differences. You have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. You can go ahead.
Okay, let me share the slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, it's visible. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Masataka Nakagawa from the National Institute of Population and Social Security Research, Tokyo, Japan. This is a paper with my colleague at IPSS, Yoshimi Chitose, and we are looking at the linkage between migration and family relationships or intergenerational support, which we think has important implications for our aging society with the shrinking family size. And as you see, we use data from the latest migration survey, national migration survey we have conducted at IPSS. This research has been motivated by the recent development of migration research in the family context. We are particularly interested in the functional aspects of living arrangement and the interactions with migration, which have been suggested by some European and North American countries. So we are trying to apply these analytical framework or perspectives in Japanese case, where the proportion of young people living with their parents is known to be relatively higher compared to other developed countries. But within Japan, there are significant regional differences in household structure. I mean, the multi-generational co-residence remains more prevalent in the non-metropolitan regions. The co-residence is becoming less common, but more recently at the same time, the young people who are not living with their parents are more likely, becoming more likely to live near their parents. And with regard to the linkage with migration, findings from other countries suggest that migration of adult children is the primary determinant of these residential relationships and geographical distances. But there has been little evidence for Japanese case, particularly in the non-metropolitan regions, where return migration is the largest component of long distance or interprefectural in-migration at the younger age. So in this paper, we analyze young people's living arrangement and geographical distances to their parents by migration status with particular attention to return migration to the non-metropolitan regions. And also we are looking into the effect of the timing of return migration. As I said, we use data from the National Survey on Migration. This is the national representative survey we have been conducted at IPSS since the 1970s. The latest survey was conducted in 2016 to obtain over 120,000 individual records from the 48,000 households. The list of questions is designed with the so-called life course approach. I mean, for each of the household members, we asked migration history, individual migration history, and reasons for migration and future migration prospects, as well as the basic demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. And we also ask where the parents live, even if they do not live together with the respondent. And one of the most important to our research about this data set is that this is only national level data in which we can directly observe return migration to place of birth, because the information on place of birth is not provided by the other national level official statistics such as census or register, but we do ask the place of birth in our national survey. So using this data, we define return migration as the interprefectural migration to the prefecture of birthplace. Living with parents is defined as having parents in the same household. And if not living with parents, but at least one parent living within the same house, same municipality, the respondent is identified as living near their parents. And the regional classification is based on the commonly used definition of the 3 major metropolitan areas in Japan, I mean the Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. Okay, so before moving on to the main results, I would like to show you some basic picture of return migration in Japan. The map on the left shows the proportion of return migrants among the total immigrants to each prefecture, which can be an indicator of dependency on return migration for population inflows at the prefecture level. So as you see, generally, the percentage is higher in the non-metropolitan regions, particularly in the northern part of the main island. And it is important to note that actually in these areas, the proportion of parents, children, co-residence, or multi-generational householding is also higher in these areas. The figure on the right shows the age-specific return migration rate. The age pattern of return migration is quite similar to that of the standard age migration schedule, with the propensity for return migration peaking at in the early to mid-20s and then keep declining. Among these age groups, return migration rate is significantly higher among those from the non-metropolitan regions. So we can see return migration has distinctive regional characteristics as well as the age-specific patterns. This figure compares the reasons for migration for age 20 to 49 by types of migration and destination. The work-related reasons are the largest driver for young people's long-distance migration, regardless of region and types of migration. In the non-metropolitan regions, the share of the housing-related reasons is significantly lower than metropolitan regions, but both for return migrants and non-return migrants. And as for the purpose of living with or closer to parents, the higher percentage is observed for return migrants, particularly in the non-metropolitan regions. So this means return migration to non-metropolitan regions tend to result in changes in living arrangement, not only for return migrants themselves, but also for their parents as well. This figure compares residential relationships and distances to parents by region and types of migration. There seems to be significant differences by migration status. I mean, obviously, the largest distance is observed, largest distance to parents is observed for those who moved between prefectures, but not to the prefecture of their birthplace, who are identified as, classified as other migrants. And the significantly higher percentage living with parents is observed for return migrants to non-metropolitan regions. And this proportion is indeed higher than those who did not move into prefecture, so who are identified as stayers. In the metropolitan region, on the other hand, return migrants seems to be less likely to live with their parents or less likely to live near the parents. In order to examine these regional differences in the effect of return migration, we conducted a multinomial logistic regression. And this figure shows the estimated probability of living with near parents by migration status and region. As you see, the effect of return migration on co-residence is different between non-metropolitan regions and metropolitan regions. Return migrants to the non-metropolitan regions are more likely to live with their parents. But on the other hand, return migrants to metropolitan regions are less likely to live with their parents than those who did not move interstate. In the metropolitan, in the non-metropolitan region, in addition, we can see that the effect of return migration depends on the timing of return. I mean, the difference between the return migrants and non-return migrants becomes more significant at a later stage. As you see, the difference becomes more significant at the age of 40 to 49. Let me summarize. This is a summary and discussion. As I shown, return migrants are more likely to live with their parents in the non-metropolitan region, non-metropolitan areas where the higher prevalence of parent-children co-residence can be partly attributed to the return migration of the adult children. And also, we can assume that the regional variations in the traditional family norm related to multi-generational householding is also associated with regional patterns in return migration. The effect of return migration is more significant for a later life stage after the age of 40. And from perspective of the functional aspects of living arrangement or residential relationships, for example, this is a life stage in which the need for caregiving to the elderly parents becomes an important reason for return migration to live with their parents. So it is important to assume that the different life stages causes different reasons or different expectations for return migration. And as you see, this is still work in progress. So we keep trying to brush up the analysis, particularly with the methodological improvements. So your comment and suggestion would be highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing out the motivations behind living with family, especially the younger generations. I think that's very, very important. Why they would like to live with and what's the difference between metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas. That also gives us a clue on what are the motivations also behind living with parents or living with the family. Thank you for that note. And I understand that the fourth presenter, Anita Pal, is not with us. She's hasn't joined. So that ends all the presentations. May I now request my moderators to ask questions based on whatever the participant asked in the chat box. All the participants are requested to put their questions in the chat box, and each one will be asked to the concerned, the authors. So over to you, the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. I saw some question coming to the presenter. First question the first question is directed to Dr. Priti. This comes from Dr. Gauranga Das Pharma. So let me just read the question. Dr. Dillon, perhaps it is her partner in writing this paper. I understand that your study is based on pre-COVID-19 data. Would you foresee any change in housing arrangement in India as a consequence of COVID-19? Please answer this question briefly, if possible.
Yeah. Shall I respond now? Yeah. So, yes, this data was used pre-COVID time. In 2015-16 latest round was used. However, I see COVID has impacted, particularly in India. Return migrants have come in rural area, and also it has impacted in urban cities. So we definitely, COVID has impact on this research findings, but long term, we don't know what will happen, or we can only say after seeing result from the next round of NFHS or other surveys.
Thank you.
I think you are muted. You have to unmute.
Oh, sorry. So thank you for your answer. Priti, it seems that your state observation in your old model would not it be better to take state NSTP as one of the explanatory variable to understand whether economic development has any association with OP or OC household?
Yeah.
This answer.
Yeah. So yes, good suggestion. However, we could not include more variables because of this total observation were only 45. So if I increase, I can run separate regression by taking development indicators. That's good observation. However, with this much data, we could not use because we don't want it to drop demography variable, which was the main objective of the paper. So definitely in future, we can consider such variables like education and income.
Thank you. There are two other questions for Dr. Priti, so I will read this all together. The first question coming from Vishnu Prasad, and the other one is Larry Sinclair. Vishnu asking the question to Priti. Interesting presentation. What is the recommendation to the policy from your research? The other question is from Larry Sinclair. Some interesting finding in your presentation. Please, any particular reason why more female in older age in one-person household compared to more male in younger age in India? The time is yours.
Yeah. So the first question means policy recommendation. I would suggest, particularly this result highlights the need for the program and policy for the older population or one couple only household and one person only household in the old women and also in the rural area. So that is where we can have some we can recommend from this paper, and why more old women than more young men in the age. So maybe one person only household in the younger age, they live of their purpose of living